All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 113. Thank you all for waiting patiently. Was running a little bit late today, running a little bit behind, so I hope you enjoyed the intro music today. For those who are not aware, the music you were hearing, it was the main menu theme for Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, one of my favorite games of all time. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. Is that an Alice Cooper t-shirt? It is, yeah. Got my Alice Cooper shirt on today. This is an old one. This is a very old t-shirt. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Alice Cooper. My father, see, that's why I'm wearing this shirt today, because as we know, it's Father's Day, and I want to wish everybody a happy Father's Day, all the fathers out there. And, you know, my father, one of his favorite musicians was Alice Cooper. He was a huge Alice Cooper fan, so I thought it would be fitting to wear this shirt today. Let me see here. I think I have something sticking out over here just a little bit. Let's see if I can fix this real quick. There we go. I don't even know if anybody could notice that or not, but I could, and it was kind of bothering me. Oh, it's... Hold on. It's not fully fixed yet. There we go. I think I got it. Okay, yeah, so we have a lot to talk about today, and I'm looking forward to this episode. It feels like it's been forever since I've done a podcast. We've been doing a lot of different streams, a lot of events to stream and talk about. And so, yeah, I'm going to give you guys a rundown of some of the stuff we're going to talk about. But before we do that, I have a super chat here from KD. And before I read that, I do want to, I want to let everybody know, for those who, you know, most of you who are here every week or watch the podcast, you already know this. But for anybody who may be new, I'm just going to give you some ways you can help support the channel. As I always say, just watching the content, watching my videos, watching the streams, spending as much time as you can consuming the content that I create is the biggest way you can support what I do, and it's the easiest way for you guys to do that. Some other ways, just hitting the like button, so that's where I'm going to encourage you guys. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. It helps with YouTube's algorithm, and if you're somebody who's watching later on, still hit that like button. Definitely helps. And then if you want to go above and beyond, there are two ways you can do that. You can donate a super chat if you feel so inclined. Obviously, I greatly appreciate the super chats, and they help me a lot. I always say that those of you who donate super chats and become channel members, you guys are the backbone of this channel. And you can also become a channel member as well to support me on a monthly basis. So thank you for all you guys do for me here. And as I said, I couldn't do what I do without your support. So thank you for that. But we have KD with the super chat, came in early here. MB Jizzle, what it do, baby? Hope everything's great with the fam. Well, thank you so much for asking, man. Everything is going well. And you say, first things first, that new Drake album is a classic, and we need a Final Fantasy VII Remake update. So, yeah, I thought you would ask me about that, KD. You were the one, if I'm not mistaken, who super chatted me the money to encourage me to go out and buy Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I'll definitely talk about my experience with Final Fantasy VII Remake, because some people, I don't know, some people might be a little bit surprised at how I'm taking to the game so far. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I just checked, I was playing a little bit this morning. I just checked, I think I have 12 hours in the game so far, which it may not sound like a lot, but that's a lot for me, especially for like a brand new game. It definitely has me on the hook. So I'll talk more about it. That's one of the topics for sure. So thank you for that, man. Alex Mercer, the prototype, you're saying my last SC for a while, but happy Father's Day, man. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate any super chat that I can get from anybody. I mean, it goes a long way. I appreciate it, buddy. And then we have Matt Sanders saying hype. Thank you for that, my friend. Okay, so let me go over here. All right, so some of the topics we're going to talk about, as you guys know, with any podcast episode, there's going to be some free-flowing topics that emerge. I'm going to deviate. I'm going to go off course. I think that's kind of what makes the podcast so fun and how they end up lasting so long on each week. But the topics that I have listed here that I want to talk about. So as you can see with the title of this podcast episode, I'm saying Sony steals the spotlight with big announcements. And this is going to be a huge topic that we discuss today because, we are about 3 weeks into June, and it's interesting how Sony they're seemingly playing chess here when it comes to the way they disperse their announcements and the way that they want to build up excitement and the way that they want to be discussed, in the media and across the internet. So, you think about the timing, it being June, you have things like Summer Game Fest, and most importantly, and I think this is something that a lot of people are thinking of right now, is you have Xbox doing their big showcase. And Xbox is still doing the traditional E3-like showcase, an hour and a half, and I just think it's kind of interesting to look at where PlayStation is right now and the announcements that they're making, and again, just the way they're kind of handling it, and most importantly, how it seems like it's just beginning, how it seems like there's still more that's coming from Sony in the coming weeks and months, and that's very exciting to me. As an Arcane Blitzer, thank you so much, buddy, for the generous super chat, my friend. You're saying, MBG, correction, on your Final Fantasy VII Rebirth video, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion is releasing this winter, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is releasing next winter. This coming winter is December 2022 to March 2023, and next winter is December 2023 to March 2024. Okay. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I feel like with that announcement, they come out and they say next winter for Rebirth, right? And then you have something like Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Reunion. They say it's releasing this winter. So I feel like, there could be a little bit of confusion. That's the whole thing, I think, with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the big question with them saying it's going to be next winter. Well, does that mean 2023? I mean, could we see them release Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in December? I think it's a possibility. Sure, why not? I mean, it's a game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a game that's so big, I don't really think it matters what month it launches, right? Whether it be December, January, February, March. I think for right now, because we're not even in 2023, right? Because we're not even in 2023, I'm just going to assume it's a 2023 game. Realistically, it'll probably release in 2024, but I don't want to talk about it like that because I just feel like it's just too far out, But, people are hype, man. People are really, really hype. And that's one of the things that we're going to discuss is how I'm kind of surprised. I have to tell you guys, I'm kind of surprised that Sony, I mean, I don't know if it was up to Sony. I guess at the end of the day, it's up to Square Enix, but I just kind of get this feeling that a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, in other words, Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2, I just find it kind of surprising that, they're just like, go ahead, just announce it. Just announce it, I feel like that's a game that if Sony's going to have an event of any kind, that's something that they want to maybe save for their event. And so what's interesting to me about this is we heard from a leaker whose name I will not mention because I don't like their name. And we don't know how legitimate they are, but a leaker for PlayStation, excuse me, I think like a month ago. Yeah, JDTV knows. You guys know. You guys got it. They said that Sony was considering announcing some of their bigger titles just kind of as one-off announcements because they have so many games in the pipeline that they don't want to save them all for just a single showcase. And I feel like that kind of came true, right? I feel like if you look at the way Sony's been announcing some of these bigger games that traditionally would be reserved for showcases, I think there's truth to this, man. I do. So we'll have to see if this continues going forward, but that's just something I think worth paying attention to. And I think it's a great sign. If Sony has the type of confidence where it's like, yeah, we'll just announce this game now, or we'll let Square Enix announce it now. We don't have to save it. Why not? I think that's a really good sign. You know, it just goes to show that Sony isn't worried. They're not like, well, we have to hold on to this and we have to hold on to that and we can't show anything yet. And considering it's June, right? It's good timing as well. So thank you for that Zanarkand Blitzer. And then we have Hyperfocus with the 2 saying choo choo. I assume you're saying all aboard the hype train. Thank you, buddy. And then we have Young G. Young G, you say Cory keeps teasing, but it's getting tiring. No more excitement from me until we get a state of play announcement. We were robbed in April, I felt, after all that teasing. And then we have Invader Brain saying Happy Father's Day. Well, thank you so much for that, Invader Brain. Appreciate it. And Young G, so that is one of the other topics that I do have listed. And again, we'll just kind of free flow. We'll just kind of bounce from topic to topic. Cory Barlog made his return to Twitter. I'm sure many of you are aware. Cory disconnected from Twitter, and it seemed like he was never going to come back. It just seemed like maybe he needed an extended break, which I have to tell you, I can certainly relate to that. Twitter can be tiring, Twitter can be draining, and worst of all, Twitter can be completely toxic and detrimental to your mental health. So Cory had to take an extended break, but after that break, he came back and he immediately starts teasing God of War. Now, there are two things here. You're asking me, where did I get my hat? I actually don't remember where I bought this hat. I hate to say that. I don't remember. I think I may have actually gotten it from the... what's the official merch website for PlayStation? Isn't it PlayStation Gear? I check that out occasionally. I think that's where I got it. But the thing about the PlayStation Gear stores, you know, they rotate items frequently, so nothing really stays. And that's why anytime I see something on there that I really like, I'm like, I gotta make sure I get it. But talking about God of War Ragnarok and Cory Barlog teasing, so there were essentially 2 teases, okay? 2 significant ones. The first tease from Cory Barlog came from him responding to David Jaffe, who is the original creator of God of War. And David Jaffe, he doesn't work for Sony anymore, but but he said that he heard from one person within Sony that God of War is still targeting 2022, but then he recently heard from another person from Sony, or his insider, whatever he calls it, that it's being delayed to 2023, and he's just like, I don't know, when are they going to announce the release date? And Cory Barlog quote tweeted him and said, wait, what? And most importantly, and I don't know if people, maybe I'm reading into it too much, but Cory Barlog used the tweet of Kratos being in the shadows and then slowly emerging from the shadows. To me, this is just so clearly Cory's way of letting people know, like, it's not delayed to 2023. We're going to see God of War this year. I could be reading that wrong. I could be wanting that to be the case, but I don't see why he would use that specific GIF, right? So that's kind of what I got from that. But the second tease, and this one is interesting because of the way people are taking it. All right. The second tease came from Cory Barlog saying that he would like to play the Steam Deck and he wants to try it out, but he's too busy playing another game right now. And he posted a picture of himself holding a DualSense controller. People were arguing whether the DualSense was on or off. It was clearly on. The mute button was lit up, so clearly it was on. And then next to him holding the controller, there was a mouse. I think it was a Razer mouse. And so it was so funny to see the response that Cory got from doing this, because on one hand, you have people focusing on what he's saying that he's playing, which it's clearly God of War Ragnarok. That's what he was teasing. He's saying he's busy playing God of War Ragnarok. But then other people, unfortunately, most of the people, not everybody, but a lot of the people were being toxic about it, which is just what they like to do, where they're like, Cory Barlog's confirming God of War Ragnarok's coming to PC. And I'm just like, can we just enjoy anything anymore? You know? It's like nothing can ever just be, this is where, I don't know if that's what Cory was teasing. I don't care if that's what Cory was teasing. What I think is important to pay attention to is the dude is talking about playing God of War Ragnarok, people. We are close. We are very close. If it comes to PC, cool. If it doesn't, that's fine. I have a PS5, you know? And I just, like, the thing that bothers me about it, and this is the thing that I want to push back against, I do, because I want to make it clear that it's okay, guys. And I'm not just saying this to the PlayStation community, I'm saying this to mainly the people who are still trying to run with this, man. Where it's like, so what if God of War Ragnarok comes to PC? Can we just move on now? Can we stop holding on to this false narrative that people continue to push that, oh my God, PlayStation fans are going to have a meltdown? No, we are not. PlayStation games have been releasing on PC, man. Sony literally said, we're going to triple the amount of money we make on PC this year. It's okay. It's come and it's past. This is where we are now. I'm just saying, like, Cory's not confirming anything other than he's playing God of War Ragnarok. Whether or not he's teasing it's going to come to PC is irrelevant. And I tried to explain to people that, look, the announcement of God of War Ragnarok going to PC is huge. That's not something you tease. That's not something you tease. That's something that is going to cause such a stir. That's an announcement that's going to cause such a massive wave. You rip the Band-Aid right off. Sony comes out clear cut and says, by the way, God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC. Enjoy. That's how this works. You don't have Cory Barlog out here being like, well, maybe it's coming to PC. Dude, God of War just released on PC this year. Okay? I think it's safe to say that at some point in time, God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC. Also, I want to correct somebody in the chat. Last of Us Remake coming to PC day and date. That's actually not true. And this is why I need to encourage PC players. PC players who are, you know, really pushing this narrative. There are two types of PC players. I want to make this clear. There are two types. There are the PC players that are just genuinely excited to be able to play these games and access them through their PC. And then there are PC players who just want to use this as a way to create toxic conversation, create a toxic narrative against the PlayStation fan base. Okay? So if you are a PC player who's in the camp of you're just excited to be able to access these games and play them, that's cool. Like, you're cool with me, you know? Like, that's great. But if you're somebody who's like, I'm just going to be toxic about it and keep throwing it around, it's like, you're just trying to create a negative conversation around something where there doesn't have to be negativity anymore. There was a time and place for this conversation. It's over, you know? Like, I don't know what you're trying to do, but anyway, I just want to make that clear because I'm not talking about all PC players. But that's the thing, is a lot of PC players, a lot of Xbox players, they're like, Last of Us Part 1, day and date PC, lock it in. And it's like, no, not yet. Not yet. Sony says it is coming to PC, but it's in development for PC. It's releasing on console first. PC players are going to have to wait. And this is why I try to explain to people, like, don't assume Sony won't ever do day and date, but don't also assume that you know they're doing day and date when they haven't announced it yet for a specific game. That's all it is. That's all it is. Like, don't assume Sony will never do day and date, but also do not assume that they're going to do day and date for a game that they have not announced day and date for. And that's my recommendation to everybody, because you have PlayStation fans who are continually surprised because they find that, oh my God, Sony's doing this and Sony's doing that. I never would have thought. And I was there. I used to be that person as well. And Sony proved to me that I don't know what they're going to do. Sony's unpredictable. Sony's changing. And I've accepted that, where it's like, you know what? I can't predict them anymore. Nothing's off the table in the long run. But you also have people who do the other thing where it's like, oh, Sony's going to do this. They're going to do that. They're going to do day and date. They're going to put all their games into a service day and date. And it's like, dude, they're not, like, literally have they shown any indication that that's what they're doing right now? They're showing signs that they're slowly inching their way, but they're not there yet. So, it's just a matter of kind of being balanced in your assumptions, if you're going to have any assumptions. And just to get back to the point, because we were talking about God of War Ragnarok, there are a lot of, he's teasing God of War Ragnarok. At this point in time, look, I know that there are people saying that God of War Ragnarok is going to release day and date on PC. It's going to be announced for PC. To give my opinion on that, I absolutely do not think that's what Cory Barlog was teasing. I think if it was up to Cory Barlog and just up to Cory, I think the game would release day and date on PC. But it's not just up to Cory. It's up to Sony and everybody else who's in charge of this stuff. I think God of War Ragnarok is going to release on PS5 and PS4, and if it comes to PC, it's going to be at a later date. Again, I think right now it's safe to assume that PC players will have to wait for games, PlayStation games specifically, if they're interested in them. But I do also want to add to that I do think at some point we are going to start to see Sony do day and date. And I think the first time we're going to see this happen is with their live service games. And I think once we see Sony announce a live service game is launching on PlayStation and PC day and date, then the floodgates are going to open and everybody's going to do that thing where they're like, well, I guess all games are going day and date. But it's like, again, what if that's not what Sony's planning on doing? What if Sony's plan is live service multiplayer games, day and date, single player narrative driven games, PlayStation first, then they go to PC? I mean, if you think about that, that could very well be what Sony's doing. I think that's a pretty balanced assumption. All right. Anthony Perez, you're saying Sony's approach definitely seems smart. Look at Xbox, a 90-minute event that wears you out, and stuff with filler versus smaller events leading to a 40-minute big event. I do agree with you, Anthony. I mean, talking about the Xbox showcase, I will admit I'm finding that I don't enjoy these really long showcases as much as I thought I did, and I think that that's where things kind of become a problem. I don't want to say it's a problem, but for me, it feels like it is, where it's like, when I think about watching that showcase, the Xbox showcase, it really was like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here where it's like, I'm just, I'm kind of looking at the clock and I'm counting down and I'm like, all right, when are we going to get to the good stuff? And I know that that's how events have to be, and not everything's going to be for me. But I do think sometimes maybe, I don't know though. See, like I say that, but then if Sony announces that they're going to have an event that's an hour and a half long, I'm going to be hyped. So I can't sit here and say that I don't like longer events. I just think that sometimes I find that I get myself a little overly excited about these longer events, and I end up finding that, well, okay, there's a lot of stuff in this event that I'm just not really that interested in, But I do think Sony's been doing a good job. I think Sony is trying to be more strategic and precise with their announcements and the way that they deliver these announcements. You're saying PlayStation delivers though, MBG, so it's cool to get hyped. And I do agree, man. Like, look, I'm not gonna talk too much about Starfield. I say this now. Who knows? Maybe I'll talk more about Starfield throughout this podcast. But I just want to say, not to deviate too far off course, but you talk about Sony delivering. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just not feeling the hype for Starfield. And when I say that, I'm not speaking for me. You guys already know I'm not interested in Starfield. Starfield's not my cup of tea. I'm not interested in Bethesda RPGs. But I'm just a little bit surprised that Starfield was supposed to be this like monumental thing, and it was revealed, and it just seems like it turned into like, I mean, I remember like 3 weeks back, I saw on Twitter, it was like Starfield trending, and everybody's saying Starfield Game of the Year, and everybody's like pumping it up, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I get. And then it got delayed, and then people like were like, oh, okay, it's delayed. And then they showed it, and it's just like, I don't know, man. It's just not hitting that like next level type of like wow factor that I thought it would. And I'm looking at the way people are talking about it. I'm looking at the coverage of it, and I don't think people are underwhelmed. I just think it's like, oh, yep, that's a Bethesda RPG. And I think, you know what I mean? It's like, that's just kind of how it went. Low key gamer, you're saying, oh, sorry, Sewell, you're saying, sorry, any plans you've had for the stream, you'll need to put them on hold. This is a Final Fantasy stream now. Tell us about your Final Fantasy VII Remake experience. Don't worry. I will get to that. Trust me. I have quite a few things to say about my experience with Final Fantasy VII Remake. We will get there. Just hold tight. Low-key gamer, you're saying, I think this console generation has the potential to be the best generation so far. Just had a slow start, but when the PS4 is left behind, it's over. I agree with that entirely. That's the biggest thing that I haven't enjoyed so far this generation, is how slow of a start it's gotten off to. And by that, I don't mean that Sony hasn't been releasing enough games or they haven't been doing enough. Not at all. I mean, Sony's been doing a great job delivering content, even, PlayStation 5 exclusive content since the launch. But I think we can all agree that this generation has been kind of underwhelming, to no fault of Microsoft or Sony. It's not necessarily their fault, but it's just the reality of the situation. And I do think that things are going to begin to ramp up. I want to say at the launch of God of War, and from that point forward, it's just going to be like a nonstop hype train. Because I feel like Sony will launch God of War, or they'll have a God of War State of Play. Then they're going to eventually have an event, and this event is going to be packed with stuff. Kojima's going to be at the event, a bunch of stuff's going to happen, and I think it's just going to kind of build and build and build and build, and going into 2023, Spider-Man 2. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of stuff Sony's holding on to right now that is set to launch in 2023 or is targeting 2023, but we just don't know about it yet. I kind of get that feeling. Because if you think, if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a 2024 game, I mean, you got Final Fantasy 16 Summer, you got Spider-Man 2, presumably late 2023, but there's going to be more than that. Sony's got more. That's one thing Sony doesn't do. And I'm very appreciative of it, and it's one of the reasons why I'm so immersed in the PlayStation platform. Is Sony doesn't leave you hanging. Sony doesn't really have these like long extended periods of like no games or no content or very underwhelming content. Sony doesn't do that, and that's why I don't feel worried at all with anything they do when it comes to games, because it's just like, I know God of War is coming. I know Forspoken's coming. The Last of Us Part 1 came out of nowhere, right? And that's dropping in just a couple months. Whether you want to play it or not, or whether you want to buy it, I want to say, or not, the point is it's content and it's there and it's ready, It's like, and that's on top of games like Stray and Roller Dome, which actually looks pretty cool. And there's small, there's big, and it's evenly dispersed, and I just appreciate that. And that's why I'm like, when you look at 2023, we really don't know that much at all about what Sony's doing. MBG, where did you hear Kojima's working on a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake with Konami? I want to talk about that, and that's actually why I use that intro music, because dude, I put this out there and people seemingly got upset with me because they thought that that was a rumor I created. Like, that's a rumor coming from me. And I want to make it clear, that's not coming from me. Okay, I'm not the one saying that Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is in development and Kojima is consulting. I'm going to get to your super chat. Don't worry, I'm moving down here. But I just want to make that clear. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. So remind me if I forget. And actually, no, it's not coming from Roberto Serrano. I don't know if he mentioned anything about that. Maybe he did. But I'm going to tell you where I got it from and why I'm talking about it. Okay, so Zanarkand Blitzer, again, thank you, buddy. You're saying, MBG, I think it makes perfect sense to announce the next game during the series anniversaries year. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, 25th anniversary. KHI 5, 20th anniversary. Or Kingdom Hearts 4. Sorry, I read that wrong. I don't know what the hell I was reading. Kingdom Hearts 4, 20th anniversary. And Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh, yeah, I saw that was announced too, 10th anniversary. That's true, Zanarkand Blitzer. That's true. I think Sony would have liked to have saved that, but it's only fair. Like, come on, you got to let them announce it. You got to let them announce it at their 25th anniversary, you know? Okay, and so, yeah, that's a good call out, Zanarkand. Parasolo, you're saying, Happy Father's Day, MBG, and to all the dads out there. Well, thank you so much for that, bud. Okay. Trinity of the Phoenix. You're saying Cuckman remaking the IRL copy/paste of a game that's less than a decade old. What's different beyond graphics? Who's even excited for The Last of Us? I mean, dude, look. So to talk about The Last of Us remake, or The Last of Us Part 1, you guys already know I don't like The Last of Us Part 2. I respect The Last of Us Part 2 on a technical level. Graphically, the engine, the gameplay, the performances, I mean, everything's there. I just didn't like the story. I didn't like the direction they took it. And you know this, I'm not going down that road again. But here's what I want to say about The Last of Us Part 1, because I was very hard on it during its announcement. But they've been showing off more comparisons. And I'm going to be honest, man, like, I understand why people question whether this is necessary. And I'm not going to say that a remake like this for The Last of Us is necessary. I don't think it's necessary. But I don't know that it matters because it's here. You know what I mean? I think at this point, it's just a matter of trying to determine, is it for you? Is it what you're interested in? And if not, then, you know, just whatever. It's just not your thing. It's not your thing. If you think it's not worth the $70 price tag, it'll go down in price eventually. You just have to kind of wait it out, you know? So what I will say is when I was looking at the comparisons and seeing them like side to side, it really made me appreciate what they're doing here more so. You're saying the new Tess looks like an old woman. Yeah, but that's the thing is, like, if you look at the original Tess model, it doesn't look bad. You know, the original Tess model looks great and still holds up. But I just feel like what we're seeing with the new model of Joel and Tess, it just looks really realistic. It looks much more believable to me that, okay, these people look worn down, they look tired, they look drained, they look exhausted, and they're not looking good. They're not looking good. And that's what looks appealing to me, because I'm like, that's like a lot more believable. You know what I mean? Like just seeing the lines on their face, the long faces and the bags under Joel's eyes so much more prominently. Joel has this look of just immense stress. You know, you're saying she looks like a granny though. I don't necessarily think so. I actually put out I put a comparison shot out. If you look at the actress who plays Tess, it's like they decided to actually use her face for the model, because what you're seeing in that character actually looks a lot closer, like way closer, truthfully, to the actress who played her. So I don't think she does look a little bit older, but that's where it's like, I don't know, man. If you think about it, if that's you surviving in this post-apocalyptic world where every day it's fight or flight, you're living in just 24/7 stress, you're gonna age rapidly. You could be like 35, you're gonna look like you're 50, you know? And I appreciate that. I don't know. I like that realism that they're going for, because it just makes it like when I saw the older model of Tess compared to the new, I'm like, now that I'm thinking about it, Tess does look pretty good. Maybe a little too good. She's looking at a little too chipper there. Well, not chipper, but you're saying you want cute women, not ugly women. Well, dude, who cares, man? Like that. See, this is the thing. This is what I try to explain to people. If you don't like what you're seeing in The Last of Us Remake, I have great news for you. You ready? Here's the great news. The original Last of Us remaster is not going anywhere. It's still there. It still exists. You can play it whenever you want. It's not like it's being deleted and erased. It's still there. So if that's the version you prefer and the version you like, what's the problem? Just enjoy it. You know what I mean? It's not going anywhere. And that's my argument with people, where it's like, I understand why you can... There's an argument to be made. Is this necessary? Should this have been done? I totally agree. That's a great argument, because, I mean, yeah, those are questions that should be asked, where it's like, well, did we need this? Probably not. MVG pulling a Don Matrick. I mean, I know it's funny, but look, dude, it's true, man. It's true. That's I just feel like the reality of it. But I will say, my opinion, I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing of The Last of Us Part 1. And I think, like, when I first watched the trailer and I had my initial reaction, I don't think I was fully processing, like, just how much was going into it. But here's the big thing that I want to add to this, talking about The Last of Us Part 1. What I want to see at this point, they claim that they've made some changes to the gameplay. They've made changes to the exploration. And they could be exaggerating this a little bit. And that's what I'm kind of wondering. Like, are you exaggerating the changes you've made? Depending on how many changes they've made and how substantial these changes are with the gameplay, that could be a make or break deal for me. Because $70 is a lot. You guys know how I feel about the price. I do think that I do think that the price is a bit much, and the fact that apparently they're not gonna, in the Last of Us remaster, they did include factions. They're not including that, as far as we know. They could have surprise announced it, which would be shocking, but it seems like they're not including that with the Part 1 remake. And that bothers me a little bit, because I just don't like the idea of, like, paying more money for less content. I really can't wrap my head around that, and that's what makes me feel kind of bad. But I have to admit, Sony's moves are working on me, man. Like, I'm Naughty Dog's moves, they're working on me, where they're, like, showing me these comparison shots, and I'm seeing people, like, posting these images. I'm like, it looks damn good, I gotta say, man. As somebody who is a sucker for the pretty graphics, I'm looking at this, I'm like, damn, that looks good. And I'm seeing these side-to-side shots and how much different they look, and I'm like, holy shit. Like, the Last of Us Part 1 is looking like a movie. Like, I know, and that's saying something, because I was always impressed with The Last of Us. It's one of my favorite games ever, and I always thought that the original Last of Us, like, looked like a movie. And they just, like, ramped that up to 10. It's like tenfold. And I'm like, I can't help but be impressed, man, where I'm like, that is looking very, very good. And that is the one area of The Last of Us Part 2 where I couldn't stop giving them credit, where I'm like, guys, have you seen The Last of Us Part 2? Like, graphically, have you looked at that game? Have you looked at the detail in that game? Even if you despise the story, I mean, you gotta at least appreciate the raw, like, technical effort that went into that game. It's unparalleled. And that is something that I truly do appreciate about Naughty Dog. And what I think is so impressive about them is they go to a level that, like, no one else goes to. And I admire that. I think that that's cool. And I think that's what allows it to stand out. And so, I don't know, man. I might end up being a flip-flopper with my whole stance on The Last of Us Part 1, because the more I see of it, the more I'm like, oh, man, like, they're getting their hooks in me. I'm trying to stand strong, but they're whittling me down with their with their marketing, man. So I really want to see the gameplay. That's something else I want to mention before I move on is the gameplay of The Last of Us Part 2 I really enjoyed. I remember when I talked about that game, I'm like, dude, it's insanely brutal. Like, I can't believe how brutal The Last of Us Part 2 is. It's intense. It's immersive. I mean, it's next level in my opinion when it comes to just really kind of making you feel like you have to survive every encounter if you get caught and you're not going full stealth, you know? So if they bring that level of intensity to part 1, then I'm probably sold on it, man. I don't know. Because, like, that, I will say, like, and this is the final thing I'm going to, I apologize, I keep going on. But I want to say this, too. Something that I do appreciate about The Last of Us Part 1, and I don't know how many other Last of Us fans or PlayStation fans feel this way. I know that The Last of Us Part 2 is an extremely divisive game and story. We all know that. And we don't have to rehash that. We're not going to. But what I will say is that I kind of really like the fact that with this Last of Us Part 1 remake, it is now bringing to the forefront the story that I love most and the game that I like most. That being Joel and Ellie and The Last of Us Part 1 story. Because I really do feel that that's one of the best video game stories, or just one of the best stories ever. It's one of my favorite of all time. And I just kind of like this idea that we're back here again. We're back here again. Like, this is the focus now, you know? And that may make some people upset. Leviathan X, you're saying that's a bad take. Well, hey, man, bad take or not, that's how I feel. I told you, Joel's one of my favorite characters. And Joel became one of my favorite characters because of The Last of Us. Because of you know, that journey. Ellie's one of my favorite characters too. But I just loved that chemistry there. I loved their story. And I loved that story. And I do like the fact that they're kind of like putting this alongside the TV show. They're like getting back to, in my opinion, what I like about The Last of Us. And that's all I can say. And look, guys, chill with the chat. Chill out. Like, we don't have to go into this as The Last of Us 2 better. If you like The Last of Us 2, like The Last of Us 2. That's fine. You know, like, there's no harm in that. There's nothing wrong with that. If it's a story you enjoyed and it's one of your favorite games of all time, I encounter people all the time who are like, dude, The Last of Us 2 is my favorite game of all time. And I'm like, that's cool, man. You know, that's great. Like, I'm happy for you. I'm not going to tell somebody that they're wrong or to not enjoy a game. We can all enjoy what we want to enjoy. We don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's not worth, like, here's my recommendation. Rather than putting an immense amount of energy into convincing somebody why they shouldn't enjoy what they enjoy, take that energy and put it into enjoying what you enjoy. How about that? Does that sound good? Sounds good to me. All right, let me see here. We have, where did I leave off? Big Nabs, you're saying, remember the hype before the Fallout 4 trailer? Actually, I don't. I don't remember that. I never, dude, see, people don't believe me, or at least some people don't believe me. I never followed Bethesda, dude. Like, I was never following them. I never got into Fallout. I never got into Elder Scrolls. So I literally don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I wish I could tell. Maybe you'll have to enlighten me. The one thing I do remember with Bethesda, just because of how insane people were getting over it, there's two things I remember about Bethesda. One, how the Elder Scrolls 5 or Skyrim is one of the greatest games ever made, but it got milked to death. And two, Fallout 76. The Fallout with Fallout 76. That's one of the things I remember because everybody was talking about it. And I didn't care. I'm just like, okay, that sounds like they really screwed up with that game. But I remember everybody was talking about it. Let me see. Clammy True Colors. Thank you for the 10, my friend. You're saying, I think Sony will always have a few true PlayStation home console exclusives not coming to PC. I really do. Even if it's just 3 or 4 games per gen, I don't think it's okay that 100% of games coming to PC. Well, here's the thing, Clammy, and here's how I view it. I think there is some truth to what you're saying, but I think it's a little bit different than the way you're describing it. I think the way you're describing it is like there's going to be like certain games that we would consider like off limits, right? Like Sony, excuse me, got some bad allergies today. Like Sony's going to say, okay, like this game and that game and this game, we'll never bring them to PC. They have to stay on PlayStation. I don't think that's how this is going to work. I think the way it would work if Sony were to have that mentality is if we have a console we're selling, we're going to prioritize releases on that console first. So in a way, it's like there will always perpetually be like PlayStation exclusives. I see somebody saying MBG Skyrim got milked to death. Also MBG, I'm looking forward to The Last of Us remake. Well, hold on. First of all, I'm not saying The Last of Us isn't being milked. The Last of Us is being milked. Skyrim was milked. A lot of people are okay that Skyrim was milked. You see what I'm saying? It's like, but come on. Can we at least acknowledge that Bethesda's like on another level, bro, with Skyrim. They're like on another level with Skyrim. At least based off of how people react. It's like a meme at this point. It's like GTA, you know? But Clammy True Colors, getting back to what you were saying, the way I see it is like this. So look at God of War, for example. I don't think Sony looks at God of War Ragnarok. You know what? Let's put God of War aside. I'm going to use Horizon Forbidden West. I don't think Sony looks at Horizon Forbidden West and says, this game's going to be exclusive to PlayStation 5 no matter what. And if we move it anywhere, it's going to move to another PlayStation console. And it's never going to PC. I don't think Sony looks at it that way. Same with God of War. I think the way Sony looks at it is these games will be exclusive for a set period of time. But at some point, when it feels right, and when it feels like the timing is right, we're going to move them over to PC. That's why I feel like Sony's totally okay with putting The Last of Us remake on PC and announcing that they're putting it on PC, because it's like, it's The Last of Us, you know? It's a game that's been out for a while, and it is a remake, but yeah, it's still the same story. It's still the same game. And I think that them deciding that we're going to put the remake or part 1 on the PC, it makes more sense than porting like an older version, like the PS4 remaster or the PS3 version to PC. I just think the way they're doing this makes sense. This is why I don't, just because you're seeing Sony announce The Last of Us Part 1 for PC and PS5, I don't think that means that when they announce, let me see, Ghost of Tsushima 2, whenever that happens, I don't think they're going to have an announcement where Ghost of Tsushima 2 coming to PS5 and PC. I don't think they're going to do that. You see what I'm saying? I think that for Sony, it's very strategic, it's very handpicked, and it's very much about timing. I think timing is everything for Sony when it comes to this. And so to a degree, Clammy, I agree with you where I think Sony's always going to, as long as they have hardware they're selling, prioritize that to an extent. But I don't think they look at it as anything's necessarily off limits. Because I'll tell you right now, we had this conversation before where people said, and I don't fault them, where they're like, games like God of War, never going to go to PC. That is off limits. That's like a PlayStation franchise. And then boom. Sony's like, God of War 2018, PC release, here you go. You see what I'm saying? So we'll see, though. We'll see what they do. Anything can change at any moment. Zanarkand Blitzer, again, you're saying, nice to see the members' credit tickers back. What happened to the PlayStation characters' art background? Is your friend still drawing more? Yeah, I just kind of wanted to change things up a little bit. To be honest, I just felt like, I don't know. I felt like there was just too much on screen. And I say that because I kind of have these, I have this background going on here, which, speaking of which, I do want to update these two behind me. I think I want to get 2 new disc plates at some point. And I just feel like between that and my light and then all that going on screen, I think it was just too much. So I might bring it back in the future, but for now I'm just going to kind of see how this is, just kind of me being on screen with my background. And I wanted to make sure to have the member credit ticker at the bottom. But yeah, I'm still working with him. He's, I think at this point I'm just kind of waiting to see, what Sony does next. So thank you for that. That's an Arcan. Tom R, you're saying new Last of Us models are stunning, way more realism. I agree with you 100%. Tom. Josh, you're saying Sony won June without a showcase. You should see how many Xbox dudes are upset about Final Fantasy VII, yet are begging for Microsoft to buy another publisher from PlayStation fans. So let me tell you this, man. I don't know if I'm going to rant right now, but I'm just going to say it like it is. Not you specifically, Josh, but just generally, you cannot cheerlead Microsoft buying publishers like Bethesda to then go on and complain that a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are not coming to Xbox because Sony locked them down as exclusives. You cannot do it. It's a contradiction. You're either for exclusives or you're not. And that's how this works. And I'm tired of the just rhetoric of like, oh, well, Sony buys a third party and that's messed up and that's not the same as buying a publisher. Just stop. Just stop. No one wants to hear it. Okay? You're either for exclusives or you're not. We could get into the nitty gritty all day, every day about how they're doing it and why they're doing it. But here's something I also want to make clear to Xbox fans who are acting so upset about Sony locking up these timed exclusives or these third-party exclusives. Listen, you guys said over and over again that the reason why it's okay for Microsoft to buy these publishers, and if they decide to make these games exclusive, it's okay because Sony was constantly buying up third-party exclusives, and Microsoft had enough. Okay, there you go. When I was told that, I took a step back and I said, you know what? You're right. I think they're two different things entirely. I think there's a big difference between Sony locking up one or two exclusives, or maybe three. I mean, I'm not going to pretend Sony hasn't been doing this aggressively. They have. But that is a little bit different from buying an entire publisher. Now, granted, Microsoft has changed their tune. The last I read, Microsoft, I think it was Matt Booty from Microsoft literally saying the last thing we want to do when we buy any more studios is take content away from PlayStation. So the way I kind of see it is maybe they're just like, we're just going to keep Bethesda games exclusive and then anybody else will just let them go multi-plat. I don't know if that's what, to be honest, it's hard to follow what Microsoft's doing because they are all over the place. But what I know is that a lot of people are coming out here and acting like Sony's doing something wrong and oh man, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, like this is the name of the game, people. And I told you this. I told you. I've said it many years ago and I'm going to still say it today. Exclusives will always play a role. Exclusive content, exclusive games, it doesn't matter. It will always play a role in any form of media. It's just how it goes, man. It's a necessary thing. And I'm not the one who makes the rules. That's just the way it's always been and the way it always will be. And so, when I see this happening, it's like, yeah, I'm a PlayStation owner. I'm going to cheer when Sony does something that I feel like benefits me. I'm not upset that Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't going to Xbox still. I remember, dude, this was 2 years ago at this point. I remember making a video on Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it was an interview, I think, with one of the creators where they were being asked, like, is this game a timed exclusive? Is it coming to Xbox? Right? It was something along those lines. And he was like, no, it's not coming. And I remember because there were a bunch of rumors that were being peddled that, oh, this game's coming to Xbox. This game's going to come to Xbox. And he was like, no. And so it's like, okay, he made it clear it's not coming to Xbox, and we all said maybe in a year it'll release on Xbox. Dude, it's been like 2 years at this point. It's not coming to Xbox, and it's kind of, it is humorous because you can see that Xbox fans keep thinking like, oh, it's going to come to Xbox, and it doesn't, and then they get all upset, and it's like, dude, just buy a PlayStation to play it. That's what Sony wants you to do. That's why they're not letting, as of right now, Final Fantasy VII Remake release on Xbox. They want you to buy a freaking PlayStation. I mean, it's on PC as well. And all these Xbox dudes tell me how PC, whatever, then go play it on PC. You know what I mean? But when it comes to the console space, this is just how it's going to be, man. And I just think that people need to be a little bit more, I don't want to say okay, but just you gotta choose. Like, are you okay with exclusives or not? Because it's going to be a thing, and only you can decide if you're okay with that or not. But I also want to reiterate that whether or not you're okay with it, it's going to happen either way. Saying you want my cat to stop messing with the other mic. Maybe it's my wire here. I keep probably bumping into it. I should have that threaded, but and you know, Josh, you make it sound like Sony won June without a showcase. Dude, I'm going to be honest, man. I don't know. And Devil Shooter, I see what you're saying. I mean, look, when I say exclusives, I mean, look, there's going to be content spread out. Like, again, if you think about it, a game like The Last of Us is no longer going to be exclusive to PlayStation alone when, when it releases on PC. But as long as Microsoft is creating a console that seems to be competing with Sony's console, that's where you're going to see exclusive content. And final point I want to make, Xbox fans who seem to be so upset, whoever they are. I don't know if you tuned into the Xbox showcase, but I'm here to remind you, in case you missed it, that Xbox is still doing third-party timed exclusive content. That's all. I just got to remind you, like, they're still doing it on top of buying publishers. So I don't want to hear anything. Okay? This is where the floodgates are opened. Both Sony and Microsoft are going to fight for exclusives, whether it's timed, permanent. Nothing's off limits. That's just the way it is. And personally, I'm okay with it. Low-key gamer, you're saying, I never played any of the Last of Us games, so I'm going to get both when it drops. Feels like waiting was a good option. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that'll be an interesting way to experience those games back to back, especially since The Last of Us Remake or The Last of Us Part 1 is using the same models from The Last of Us Part 2. So, yeah, let me know how that experience is, man. I'll be interested to hear about it. The Caped Crusader, you're saying, for someone who played The Last of Us 1 only on the PS3, never played the remaster for PS4, I'm looking forward to this remake. That said, I'm not paying $70, lol. Yeah, and that's the thing I just kind of want to remind people of, like, look, if you really don't want to pay the $70, just wait it out. Like, these games do depreciate. It may take a little while, but they do. So it does pay to wait to a degree. Primal Plasma, you're saying, great point, MBG. Well, thank you for that. Techie6, you're saying the remake of The Last of Us Part 1 is necessary because Sony can't release the PS4 remastered, technically a PS3 game on PC, and selling it at full price. That is true as well. I feel like that would be yeah, you are right about that. You are right. That would probably not look very good. So, good point. Trinity of the Phoenix, you're saying the same people who fawn over Aerith and Tifa will do a 180 and tell me they're misogynists for not liking Abby. At least be consistent. Josh, you're saying now Xbox saying they don't want to play exclusives unless the platform owns them. I guess they aren't playing Kojima's game. Happy Father's Day, MBG. Well, thank you for that, man. And Josh, again, you're saying 2022 will be the most first-party games released in history if they get God of War and The Last of Us Remake out. Nixxes released 2 games this year as well. Dude, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I know Sony has maybe changed the way that they reveal stuff and the way they talk about their projects, but man, they have been on point. They have been on point. They have been consistent, and that is something that I will always give Sony credit for as long as they keep it up. Where, dude, say what you want about that Xbox showcase, Microsoft doesn't have that much coming this year, man. You know, and two of the big games that they promised were coming out this year are not. Even if God of War were to get delayed to next year, you know, if that announcement happens, like if God of War is delayed to next year, you're going to see people on the internet, people on YouTube and people on social media. You're going to see these fools come out of the woodwork where they'd be like, ha ha, PlayStation fans have to wait for God of War just like we have to wait for our games. It's like, bro, take a look at the other stuff that Sony released this year. I'm just saying, it's going to happen. Watch, it's going to happen if it gets delayed. And I don't think it is getting delayed. I'm confident it's not getting delayed. But, you know, because I said that, it will probably now get delayed. MBG, what if a person doesn't like anything Sony's putting out? What would you say? Do they have nothing to look forward to? I'm going to be honest. If you're not interested in anything Sony's putting out, I would honestly recommend you might want to go take a look at what Xbox is doing or Nintendo. Because if you're not into any of the stuff that Sony's doing, then I have a feeling that the stuff that Microsoft and Nintendo are doing are probably going to be more appealing. That's that. I know that sounds like an unexpected answer, but that's just true, you know? Now it's going to get delayed. Thanks, you jinxed it, MBG. No problem. That's why I'm here. I'm the black cloud, you know? Primal Plasma, you're saying, Happy Father's Day, MBG. You're going to be a great dad. Thank you so much for that, Primal Plasma. It was a very nice super chat. Very nice of you. Very kind. Thank you. Josh, you're saying, I get PS Plus Premium through Game Share with a buddy. Damn, dude. Now that is value. That's a great value. Can't argue with that. It's free, right? So how have you been liking it so far, man? I've been hearing good things about it. I've been seeing a little bit of both. I've been seeing people come out and say the new PS Plus sucks, but I've been seeing other people say it's amazing. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't tried it. I looked at the catalog and I'm like, yeah, it's a lot of content, but I haven't purchased it. Let's see here. I mean, I am still subscribed to PlayStation Plus Essential, obviously, but I felt no need to upgrade as of right now. Even for a game like Stray, I just saw that Stray is going to be getting a physical copy, and look, gaming's looking pretty dry for the next couple months, maybe. I don't know. I probably will pick up Stray, but I'm definitely going to want to get a physical copy if I can. Josh Z, member for 27 months, Players Unlimited Plus. Thank you, man. You're saying I'm buying it again. To be honest, I've never seen people turn on a franchise as fast as The Last of Us. I'm taking the second game slowly. I just started Abby's segment, but I can bet that if the second story was told first, nobody would be angry. Well, of course not. I mean, you know, it'd be like if Metal Gear Solid 2 happened before Metal Gear Solid 1 somehow, some way. You could probably apply the same logic and we would have been angry at the introduction of Raiden, but you know, I'm not getting into that, but I feel like people have taken it a little bit too far where it's like, guys, it's been out for like 2 years now. I think we can just let it be what it is, you know, and move on. MBG, do you believe Cory Barlog hinted at a possible release of Ragnarok coming to PC? No, I talked about that earlier. You definitely missed that segment, so I would say come back to the stream, and you'll hear what I have to say about that. Jake Baker, you're saying I have Skyrim on 360, PS3, PS4, PS5, and PC. It's impressive. It's impressive. Clammy True Colors, you're saying what I meant was I would be okay with this whole PC thing if Sony has even just 2 or 3 true PlayStation exclusives, just a few true exclusives that still exist. Well, I mean, I think that's a fair play right now, True Clamming, because that's the thing is like people see what's bizarre is people talk about PlayStation's games as if they're all already on PC. And it couldn't be further from the truth. Like, there are some PlayStation games on PC. Some. Like, There are way, way, way more games that are not on PC than are. Again, I'm not saying that means that they're never going to make their way to PC, but that's just the way it is now. And so I feel like you having that mentality makes sense, because that's what pretty much Sony is telling you, is that we're putting some games to PC, but not all. And so I just feel like it's totally reasonable for somebody to be like, oh, okay, so it makes sense if you buy a console for exclusives, then buying a PS5 still makes sense. Like, what doesn't make sense are people who say there's no reason to get a PS5. Are you out of your mind? I mean, literally, are you insane? Because there's a lot of reason to get a PS5 right now, bro. I mean, God of War, sure, you could say PS4. You could say PS4, but I would argue that most PS4 players who are interested in God of War would prefer to play it on PS5. Spider-Man 2, Final Fantasy 16. Well, actually, Final Fantasy 16 is PC. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, as of right now, I'm assuming it's going to be PS5. That might come to PC. They don't say. But, I mean, you still got games like Demon's Souls. You're still looking at games like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. And there's going to be many others. Wolverine. So it's like this idea where it's like, oh, there's no reason to get a PS5. Like, there's a lot of reasons to get a PS5, man. You know? Like, I just think it's crazy. And I want to say this, too. And this is maybe, I'm going to give Xbox some credit here. I've said it before, but it's worth saying again during this conversation. Look, Xbox made it clear before this generation even started that every single game they release is going to be on PC. Last I checked, people are still buying Xboxes, man. It may not be, at the same rate per se for PS5s, although things are a little bit mixed up right now due to shortages. But Xbox did prove that, like, consoles will still do pretty well. You know what I mean? So it's worth taking note of. Starscream, you're saying Happy Father's Day, MBG. So excited you're finally playing Final Fantasy VII. That was my first Final Fantasy game as well, and I'm in love with the franchise now. Yeah, so I'm going to get to that soon. I know people are eagerly awaiting. Before I do get to that, I do want to talk more about Sony stealing the spotlight a little bit, because I feel like I've been talking about a lot of other topics. But guys, am I crazy to think this? I don't know. Am I crazy to think that, like, dude, the conversation almost was completely stolen away from Xbox. I don't know why I have this feeling, but I just feel like Xbox came out and they tried to hit as hard as they could. And dude, here's something I want to mention. Like, no one's talking about the Kojima thing, like, at nearly as much as I thought they would. I can't blame them, because it's like, when you look at the Kojima announcement, it's like they didn't show or do anything, really. But that conversation lasted for about a day, and then it just died. And the only people, it feels like, who were left talking about it, and I'm not even kidding, because I see it in my comments or on my replies. I could be wrong. Again, I'm not paying attention to everything, but dude, the only people I see talking about the Kojima Xbox thing are people who are leaving me replies just being like, Kojima Xbox. And it's like, bro, I'm not even talking about that right now. It's pretty humorous. But I don't know, man. I think that, I feel like the way Xbox handled that, they basically rolled out Kojima, and they're just like, Xbox does what they do best, didn't they? Come on. You got to admit, they did what they do best for what they did with Kojima is reminiscent of an acquisition announcement, where it's like, they want to get people stirred up. They want to get people hyped. They want to get people, like, beating their chest like, yeah, we got Kojima. But it's like, there's, like, nothing of substance there. It's like, you guys know, like, nothing's actually happening yet, right? Like, this is just nothing's happened yet. Nothing tangible. And I just think it's kind of funny, because I don't know, man, Xbox just likes to do this. And I feel like Xbox had this idea that if we do the 1-2 punch at the end of our show, we'll do Kojima and Starfield. And I don't blame them. That's a potent combination, where I was like, okay, that sounds good. But I'm just like, I don't know, man. And then Sony's just like, go ahead, Square, do your thing. Announced The I said The Last of Us 7 Rebirth. Oh my God. I'm combining two games. The Last of Us 7 Rebirth. I gotta admit, didn't see that one coming from Sony. They really just find a way to shock everybody. But what I meant to say is Sony comes out where they're like The Last of Us Part 1, boom, September. So it's like, even if you're not a fan of it, dude, it's coming. It's coming like tomorrow. That's where it's coming. And then right after that, it's like, so Xbox has their big event, and obviously it overshadows The Last of Us Part 1 because it's an hour and a half long showcase. And then Sony's like, all right, Square, let's do that Final Fantasy VII announcement. And then I'm not saying it like stole the show entirely from Xbox, because it didn't, but I'm starting to see like there's negative conversation beginning to bubble up around some of the stuff that Xbox revealed. Like something that people were calling out with that Starfield demo is how it basically looked like it ran like shit. And it was like running under 30 FPS. And people were immediately calling that out. And we have Digital Foundry like analyzing it. And Digital Foundry, if I'm not mistaken, basically comes out and they say like, look, the game looks promising. It looks great, but it's got that Bethesda touch performance-wise. You know, and I'm like, okay, but now I'm seeing conversations spring up where there's like some confusion with Forza Motorsport 8. And I actually did find this kind of interesting, not that interesting, but somewhat interesting, where essentially what happened was, and I think I have this right. What happened was they came out and they kept, I mean, come on, we can all agree when we looked at Forza Motorsport 8, they're like ray tracing, real-time ray tracing, 4K 60, graphics, Series X, you know, power. And I get it. Like, that makes sense. It's your racing game. That's the game you want to do that with. And everybody was like, GT7 sucks. GT7 looks like shit. This game takes a big dump on it. And I'm like, whoa, okay, all right, I guess, all right. But apparently, they said that the trailer they showed was running on a Series X, and they had to correct it and be like, actually, it was running on PC. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Like, what the hell is wrong with these people that it's like, I don't even care that it's running on PC, but how do you fuck that up is what I'm asking. How do you come out and flex that hard to be like, oh, correction, it was on PC? Like, I'm not saying what we saw couldn't be done on Series X. Maybe it can. I don't know. There's like some big argument, and I don't even care. But I'm just saying, you gotta be kidding me, man. Because I'll tell you right now, if Sony did that shit, there would be a colossal meltdown, the likes of which we've never seen. Like, could you just imagine if Sony showed off a state of play showing God of War Ragnarok, or even if it was GT7, and then they're like, yeah, this is PS5 footage, but then they come out and like, actually, guys, that was PC. It's equivalent to PS5, but that was PC. Dude, it would be everywhere. It would be all over the place, and people would be losing their minds. Now, me personally, I don't care. I thought that what they showed of Forza Motorsport 8 looks fine. It looks like a racing game. Whether or not it's better than GT7, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But I just think that it's really weird how... Oh, and I also want to mention this as well, because I have to highlight this. The weird, bizarre embargo that Xbox had on Japanese games specifically. All I'm saying is that Microsoft is doing this shady ass shit. And I'm telling you, if Sony tried to pull this crap, they would be getting torn to shreds by the media and by the gaming community. So I'm not here to say that I think it's that big of a deal, because I don't. But I'm just saying we might want to pay attention to that, because these are weird things that are happening where I think the embargo with these Japanese games with Xbox, it doesn't even make me upset or angry. I'm just literally like, what are you doing? Why? Like, I really want to know, like, what is the intent here? Because I'm not seeing it. You know? It's so bizarre, dude. It's kind of funny. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of funny. Like, I do find it comical just because it's like I fail to understand. I don't know. I'm going to be honest right now. Microsoft just frequently reminds me, like, they feel like the kind of person where it's like they want to be taken seriously so bad. So bad. Like, they're trying everything to be like, we are serious. Like, we are the best of the best. And it's just like, you kind of are like, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. And you just can't take them seriously. And that's the vibe I get, because I'm just like, I don't know. Microsoft has their own history of kind of stepping on their own toes and getting in their own way. Sony does that too from time to time, but I just feel like people are giving Xbox a little bit more of a pass these days than they otherwise would. And I don't know why. If I had to guess, I do think it is the Game Pass effect. I think it's like, well, they're giving me a great deal and they're giving me Game Pass and it's cheap. And I think people are just a little bit more lenient on some of the weird, questionable things that Xbox does. But these are just the things where it's like, here's what I want to say. This is the point I'm trying to get at. And I'm going to read these super chats. I'm not saying this to bash Xbox. I mean, I am a little bit, because I do think that some of this shit that they're doing is just weird, right? Like, your game's either running on a console or a PC. Please tell me which one, honestly. Like, don't screw that up. It's that simple, Your game is running at sub 30 frames per second. Unacceptable in 2022. Like, when you're showing off a demo anyway. At the bare minimum, you got to hit that 30. Okay? Like, without any dips. And what's going on with this weird embargo stuff? So I'm not saying that I'm not throwing any shade towards Xbox. I am. But the main takeaway for me is it just makes me realize that my standard is a lot higher than what Xbox is delivering. And I think that is what this boils down to, where a lot of people are like, dude, why are you even talking about Xbox? Why are you streaming them? And it's because I still, for some reason, I guess I do kind of buy into the whole, like, oh yeah, Xbox is they're gonna bring it this time. They're gonna do something different this time. And it's like, no, they're not. They're not. This is what Xbox is. This is who they are as a brand. This is just what it is, man. They are what they are. And I just think about some of the stuff that was shown in that showcase and how, dude, I don't know, man. If I had to boil it down, I have higher standards than that. Because if PlayStation were to show me that, I would be like, yeah, I don't know. Because I'll at least give PlayStation this. When PlayStation showed off GT7, you would at least know, like, that shit wasn't being shown on a PC. So every time they wanted to, every time they're bragging about ray tracing this, ray tracing that, ray tracing everywhere, ray tracing out the ass, it's like, great, that's great. And then they're like, correction on PC. Like, at least I don't have to worry about Sony doing that shit, Because that's just, I don't know about that, man. Like, that would leave a real bad taste in my mouth. I mean, Sony does some questionable stuff for sure. And the questionable stuff that they have done, we've been very hard on them. Like that one time that they tried to pull one over on us with the, Horizon Forbidden West free upgrade, where we're like, whoa, Sony, did you hit your head recently? What are you doing? Jim Ryan, did you hit your head? What's going on? We call them out on that. And this is just where it's like, if Sony were to show me a gameplay demo and it looked like it was like struggling to hit 30 FPS, I'd have a problem with that. I don't care how big your game is. I don't care how ambitious your game is. I don't care what your reputation is, where it's like, oh, well, you're Bethesda. Yeah, no, that's not a great... I don't know if people know this or not, but you know how people talk about that, where it's like, oh, it's Bethesda. Oh, it's just who they are. Like, that's not a good thing. I think we need to establish that it's not good to have that reputation, and we shouldn't just kind of laugh it off and be like, it's acceptable. Like, no, it shouldn't be. So I hope that, like, I saw people questioning, like, is there even going to be a 60 FPS mode for Starfield? And I think that's a pretty damn good question to ask. Like, that's what I would be wondering too. Because after seeing what Guerrilla just did with Horizon Forbidden West, which is an open world RPG, pretty big scale, I don't know if you guys have tested out what they just did with their new performance mode, but holy shit, there's no need for a fidelity mode. They have essentially achieved what is almost a visual quality that looks as good as the fidelity mode at a solid 60 FPS. And this is an open world action RPG. So, I'm just tired of the excuses, and that's just not something I'm a fan of. I would be pissed off if Sony showed me a gameplay demo. They said it was on PS5, and then they had to correct it and be like, actually, it was on PC, but it's equivalent to what you'll get on PS5. I don't know. I'm not okay with that. And if Sony does do that shit in the future, I will call that shit out. I don't want to see Sony showing me gameplay demos. I don't care how big and how amazing your game is. If it's running at 24 frames a second, I'm going to have a problem with that because I ain't playing it. That's just unacceptable. And this is where, it makes me concerned for Xbox that, wow, do they not learn anything? Did they not really learn a lesson with Halo Infinite? I'm not saying, and I want to make it clear, I'm not saying that Starfield looked anywhere near as bad as Halo Infinite, because it didn't. Okay, it didn't. Starfield looks like a good game. It looks like it's going to be a good game. But it just makes me realize that I'm done with this talk. And I think Xbox fans who hate me are probably going to be maybe happy to hear this, but I'm done with this talk of Xbox is going to deliver. This is going to be the big game. I'm done. I'm done. Halo was supposed to be that. Starfield's supposed to be that. And from what I can tell, it's not that. Dude, Xbox fans are getting triggered to a degree that I have not seen since the Halo Infinite debacle because of the comparisons that are being made between Starfield and No Man's Sky. Please stop. Please stop acting like you're all holier than thou, where you aren't the same mother effers that are out here showing screenshots of every Sony first-party title from a third-person screenshot, open world, and saying it's all the same game. Get the hell out of here. All right? This is where I do get... I just got to call it like it is, man. Just face it. The game looks super similar to No Man's Sky. They are different genres of games. One's like a survival exploration game. The other is, and calling God of War DLC. Get out of here. And it's just look, it's okay that they're similar. I know, that's where they get, it's all about getting defensive, where it's they're hurting my game. No, last I checked, maybe it's a compliment. This is where I get pissed off. Has anybody taken a second to think that maybe the comparison of this game, Starfield, to No Man's Sky is actually a compliment? Because the last I checked, No Man's Sky is amazing now. It's one of the best games, apparently. Everybody told me, dude, this game's incredible. It's come so far. I understand that maybe people are going to be upset because they feel like that's reducing it, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's similar to No Man's Sky, but it's an RPG. That doesn't sound bad to me. And this is just where it's I don't know, man. People... Okay, here we go. Just recently, I compared that game Evil West to God of War 2018. I just talked about it in my video yesterday, and I looked at this gameplay, and the way Push Square talked about it, they were Evil West looks like God of War with guns. And I'm oh, that sounds interesting to me. I'm going to check it out. And I'm watching. I'm yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Obviously story-wise, I assume it's nothing like God of War. I don't even know if it has a story. But putting that aside, the gameplay, it did literally kind of look like this is that over-the-shoulder third person kind of weighty feel, and the combat and the movement, it kind of looks like a God of War clone, but with guns. And I'm like, I'm not offended by that. Like, I think that looks cool. Like, that's a cool thing. I actually want to play it now. This is where I'm telling you, man, like, this is where these radical Xbox fans and these people on social media, they get so crazy. It's like, it gets to a point where you could tell that there was an expectation that simply wasn't met. Because I'm not seeing these same conversations for Sony's games. The worst conversation I'm seeing regarding Sony's games right now is the idea of whether or not The Last of Us Part 1 needs a remake and whether or not the $70 price point is fair. And I think that's totally reasonable. Like, those are conversations we should have. And it's totally expected. But I'm not seeing people coming out here and I guess what it boils down to is this. I don't mean to go on this massive tangent about Xbox. It just makes me realize that whatever expectation I continue to have of them, I just need to take it and put it away because it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Maybe one day it will, but I need to stop expecting. And maybe I'll find myself more impressed with what they do. But the idea of Sony stealing the show, I'm sorry, man. I'm not sorry. They did. Like, Xbox, it feels like they come out, they like yell real loud for like a minute, and then they just kind of slowly dissipate. And Sony comes out and they're like, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, PS5, and I don't know, man. It's is that announcement alone enough? Like, is that announcement better than the entirety of the Xbox showcase? I'm not saying that, but when you combine everything, and here's where the real point comes in. Sony's June 2nd State of Play. Here we go. Everybody wanted to shit on State of Play. Everybody wanted to make it sound like State of Play is a joke. It's horrible. And I saw what these Xbox dudes were saying. They're like, oh, a State of L. It's gonna, and even then, like, all they were doing were celebrating that, oh, it's just a multi-platform state. Like, I don't know, I can't even follow the bullshit rhetoric anymore where it's like, exclusives shouldn't be a thing. Like, that's what these guys say. They're like, exclusives shouldn't be a thing. And then they get mad at Sony State of Play, or they use it as some kind of ammunition where it's like, well, they didn't show any exclusives. Like, what do you want? Nobody knows what you want anymore. It's comic. It's pretty entertaining. I'm going to be honest. In case you can't tell, I do get a great amount of entertainment value out of it. But that's the thing, is everybody said that this State of Play was going to suck. Even I said the State of Play was going to suck. Even I said it. I was like, guys, no expectation. Very low. 5 out of 10 expectation. And there's something to be said for a just solid, tight 30 minutes of just solid announcement after solid announcement. And granted, the only PlayStation console exclusive, no, there were 2 exclusives. There was a PSVR 2 exclusive with Horizon, and then there was Final Fantasy 16 at the end. So there was a little bit of something there for people who were looking for that. But it's just, you take that solid 30 minutes of amazing announcements, or what I thought were mostly amazing announcements. I still can't believe that's where they showed off Resident Evil 4 Remake. And then after that, you followed up with Summer Game Fest. Yo, here's an update from Naughty Dog. Last of Us Part 1 Remake, an update on The Last of Us multiplayer. And I feel like this just totally went under the radar and nobody's talking about it. I understand why, because it was a very subtle announcement, but like, Naughty Dog announced they're working on a brand new game, and they've been working on it for 2 years now. And I think this is really important to highlight because people have been asking for a long time. They're like, oh, is Naughty Dog just working on Uncharted and Last of Us and remakes and whatever, re-releases, and that's it, and multiplayer? No, they've been working on a full-blown AAA new PS5 game for, 2 years now. You're saying MBG Tom Henderson tweeted against the Starfield No Man's Sky comparison. Is Tom Henderson a blind fanboy? No, I don't think. No, see, this is where you're confusing. I'm not saying that if you see that comparison and you decide, I don't think this comparison should be made. I think it's kind of silly. That doesn't make you a fanboy. It's if you become erratic over it and like offended and hurt clearly over this, it's like, calm down, bro. You know, like, it's okay for these comparisons to be made. And there's a reason why they're being made. And I don't care what anyone says, dude. Go watch the comparison. They look similar. Just like when I say a game like, I don't know, Days Gone and The Last of Us, even though The Last of Us is an open world, but just from if you were just to briefly see the gameplay of those two games, they look similar at a first glance. Like, there are similarities, and you could probably make a comparison video. You know, maybe The Last of Us isn't the best example because it's not open world, but still, it's like, who cares, man? Who cares that much? The only people who care that much are the people who are getting all upset over it. And this is what I'm saying. You know, they don't like the taste of their own medicine. They don't. It's like, you guys want to go, you know, come out here and shit all over PlayStation fans and shit all over the PlayStation community because, oh, you know, some games are going to PC, or, you know, not everybody's over the moon thrilled about a remake of The Last of Us. But they just can't handle when you know, they can dish it out, but they can't take it. And I just think that that's where you got to look. If that's the case, just don't say anything about it, you know? But anyway, the point I was trying to make, and I'm going to read these super chats. The point I was trying to make is that you take a 30-minute state of play, possibly the best state of play Sony's ever done, with some solid announcements back to back to back. Not drawn out, just 30 minutes. Summer Game Fest, Naughty Dog comes out. Brand new game announcement, update on The Last of Us multiplayer game, and The Last of Us Part 1 announcement with a release date of this September. And then about a week and a half after that, roughly, you get the announcement of the PS5 exclusive Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. There's something to be said about those announcements and those reveals back to back to back. Sony is proving that they have a presence and that they are navigating this differently. They are making it so that people are still talking about PlayStation, PlayStation Studios, PlayStation games, PlayStation console exclusives, whatever it may be. They're still at the forefront of the conversation, even at a time when traditionally they would either be doing their own hour-and-a-half long event or they would be doing nothing. They're finding a good in-between. And I just think that when I say Sony steals the show with big announcements, I don't necessarily know that they steal the show entirely, but they're definitely making their presence known, and they're making it clear that they're not just going to let their competition, whoever that may be, other publishers, Microsoft, Xbox, they're not just going to let them kind of come out here, have their big moment, and just have Xbox just kind of run away with it. They're not going to do that. And I will say, I don't know how much else Xbox has. Maybe Xbox was prepared for this, because the one thing about Xbox's show is that they focused on 12 months. So they still have a lot as well. And this is where it's still kind of interesting. We're seeing Sony and Microsoft still kind of play their cards close to their chest. Seems like one is waiting for the other to just really kind of show their hand. That's what it feels like. Anyway, let me get to some of these super chats. Sorry to make you guys wait for so long. Leo Jimmy, you're saying 2 to 3 year wait to PC would be okay. Still don't like it. PS5 is still king. Dumb Xbox friends. And he was going to play the Final Fantasy VII Remake on Xbox. Still hasn't happened. Shaking my head. Yeah, dude, I got to admit, I do feel kind of bad for any Xbox player who was like, oh, I'll wait a year for it. And I don't blame them. It seemed like that's what it was going to happen. It's like, no, dude, it's still not there. Still not there. Sewell, you're saying me waiting for Final Fantasy VII talk, even if the morrow is barren and promises nothing shall forestall my return. Don't worry, it's coming. I promise it's coming. Don't worry. We haven't even hit the 2 hour mark yet. So don't worry, it's coming. Tom R, you're saying Starfield didn't show us a real vertical slice of gameplay. Plus they lied about Forza ray tracing, and it wasn't even running on the Xbox Series X. The ray tracing thing is weird to me. I haven't looked too deeply into that, but I saw Digital Foundry made a video on it, and it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just I have to say this. Again, I know it comes off as petty, but it's just a reminder that why are we just now, a year and a half after the launch of the Xbox Series X, why are we just now seeing a game come out where they're finally like ray tracing? Dude, Sony had ray tracing at the start. At the start. And I'm only saying this because, dude, I got so much shit for such a long period of time about how weak the PS5 was, how underpowered it was, how it wasn't going to be able to do this, and it wasn't going to be able to do that. And I was just like, bro, what is happening, man? It's so strange. It's very strange. I'm pretty sure Miles Morales and Spider-Man Remastered both had like extremely impressive ray tracing at launch. I don't know. I don't think Demon's Souls had ray tracing. But nonetheless, man, you know, Sony was there at the ground floor from day one. And just considering it's like they didn't have to do that, clearly. Not only did Sony have a solid launch lineup with the PS5, but they have games that are actually showing off ray tracing. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. It's just not a good look when you're finally talking about ray tracing on the world's most powerful console. I am going to talk about Metal Gear, don't worry. It's just not a good look when you're finally talking about ray tracing on the world's most powerful console, 12 T-flops, right? A year and a half after it launched, when your competition was there, like day one. And now people are questioning if it's even legitimate. Like, that's just not a good look. And it just goes to show that Microsoft is failing to control the messaging. And I don't know. Hopefully they can turn that around for their sake. Oh yeah, there's ray tracing in Ratchet and Clank as well, and they showed that off early. You're saying Forza having ray tracing at 4K 60 FPS is a more impressive feat than whatever Spider-Man is doing. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, dude. Like, if that's true, like if in the end it's like, yeah, dude, they're getting 4K, like native 4K 60 FPS or close to native 4K 60 FPS with ray tracing, like real time, then sure, you know, like that. I'm not taking anything away from that. I'm just saying it's like this is shit that they should have been showing off at the launch of their console, you know. MBG, you need to go back and look up the Chris Asaki video before you say something you don't know. They cleared that up and said the game will have 4K 60 FPS plus ray tracing. No miswords there. Okay, well, that's fine. Dude, I'm not saying I know. I'm just saying I'm seeing some of the conversation that's proliferating. And believe me, I, more than most people, understand. You got to look into it. You can't just assume. And I'm trying not to make any assumptions. It's just, look, dude, fine. If that's the case, then I'm glad they finally did it. they achieved it, you know? And I feel like it's one of these things where it's like, better late than never. Like, I mean, look, it is what it is, man. I'm happy for them. I know I'm being a little bit too harsh today, and I don't want to get too far away from the important stuff here. So if that's the case, then I'm happy for them. I have to do more research into it. Michael Stanbrook, you're saying Microsoft, despite their showcase, are still yet to prove they can deliver the same quality as Sony to a subscription service. You know what's interesting? I saw, I don't know how much truth there is to this. I don't know if it was it Jeff Grubb? He basically said that like Phil Spencer was like pissed off last year or something after their showcase where if I'm remembering correctly, what I read was he basically was saying like he's tired of seeing Sony like constantly in the conversation about Game of the Year and the quality and all this, and like he wants Xbox to be in that same conversation. Like he wants their games to be there, and I kind of believe that, man. I don't know if there's truth to that or not, but I believe that, and that's why I tried to tell people like, dude, Phil Spencer tries to play this nice guy act. Like, you think he's not? He wants that recognition, man. He wants to be number one. He wants Xbox to be number one. That's his job, literally. And he wants Xbox to be in that same conversation and be taken as seriously and be as well as respected. And I don't fault him for that. Like, that is what he should want. It just seems like no matter what Microsoft does, no matter how many purchases they make, no matter how many acquisitions they make, no matter how much time goes by, no matter how hands-off they are, no matter how hands-on they are, they are, there's something fundamentally missing. I don't know what it is, and I'm not saying it's an easy, simple solution. It's not. But there's something fundamental that Sony clearly figured out a long time ago that Xbox is still in the process. And so that's how I see it. Clammy True Colors, you're saying Yang Yes said the Kojima game isn't necessarily an xCloud game. It can be leveraging the cloud just like Flight Sim is and running natively on Series X. That's kind of the vibe I got from it as well. Like, I don't imagine that it's going to be a full cloud game. And I'm going to talk more about Kojima in a little while, but I agree with that. Yadav, Himanshu Yadav, you're saying, even as a PlayStation guy, the only thing Sony does better than Microsoft is third-person AAA games, but there are at least 10 genres that Microsoft does better than Sony: racer, RPGs, indie, strategy, simulator, shooter, games as a service, etc. Well, you know what? I think this is a good opportunity for me to give Xbox some credit, where the one thing I absolutely will say that they nailed, they completely nailed, I'd say, perfectly with the showcase, is they had a lot of diversity, and there is something to be said for that, where you're talking about having a wide appeal, a lot of a lot of different games for a lot of different people, and I think that that's good. And I think that that is the one area where Xbox definitely nailed it, where, say what you want about their hour and a half showcase, they had a lot of different stuff on show. Let me see. We got Adamson, you're saying the big difference is that that PlayStation games have a soul. Well, that's pretty deep there, man. That's pretty deep there. Always busy. You're saying Xbox diehards are a cult. However, the media bias is the real issue. It's make or break for Xbox. They bet the house on Game Pass, and if it doesn't work out, I see Xbox as a third-party publisher subscription. Well, that's how I see it too, man. Always busy. Oh, gee, okay, come on, Sir Speaks a Lot. Give it a damn rest, bro. Like, damn. That went on way longer than it should have. Dude, I'm telling you, Sir Speaks a Lot, you're testing me, man. One day you're gonna come to a stream, and you're just that's like enough nukes to last a couple months, bro. You're gonna come to my podcast one day, and you're gonna try to nuke, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, I'm not a mod anymore. What happened? Oh, excuse me. But I mean, I agree with you. Always busy. That's I do get too caught up in the rhetoric and the conversations that don't actually really matter. But what it boils down to is, anytime we talk about Xbox versus Sony's approach, as we always say, they are betting the house on Game Pass, and Microsoft will do literally anything to make Game Pass successful. And if it doesn't, that is the route that they would have to go. But it's a long game. It's a long game. So, guys, do me a favor, by the way. We have over 1,000 people hanging out here with me, which is awesome. I really appreciate you guys spending time listening to me rant and rave and go off the rails. Please hit that like button for me. We are almost at 500 likes. I think we could easily get to 600 likes. I'd really appreciate that. Sarah Speaks a Lot, you're saying there are 3 cults in gaming. PlayStation, led by MBG. Xbox, led by some poor soul. And Feet Picks Clan, led by me. The only difference is I eventually get results, and I'd still punch a baby for 10 million. Jesus. Sarah Speaks a Lot. Sarah Speaks a Lot, dude, I feel like at this point, you're just literally like, what's the craziest thing I can think to say in a super chat to MBG on Sunday? I feel like you spend your whole week. That's really the cult you're in. That's what you do in your cult. You think about the craziest thing I can say to MBG during his stream to derail him. But thank you for that, Sir Speaks a Lot. Severin Evans, you're saying, MBG, I have seen the Ragnarok tease, September 16th, 2020. It's been over 2 years at this point. You crucify Xbox stuff for stuff like this. Why pass for PlayStation? Well, that's a good question, man. The reality is, It's because I know, I am confident. Like, I have goodwill towards PlayStation. Like, I am confident that, dude, is 2 years a long time? Yes. But I can promise you, and this is not the same promise I can make when it comes to Xbox games. It's just not. I cannot say this about Starfield. I cannot say this about Redfall. When God of War Ragnarok drops, whether it be this year or the beginning of next year, it's going to blow people away. It's going to blow me away. It's going to be one of the, like, I'm confident it's going to be one of the best games I ever experienced. And that is the goodwill that Sony has earned. They earned that by proving it over time, by consistently delivering amazing gameplay experiences, you know? And I don't feel that with literally anything I see from Xbox, because not only have I not played that from Xbox, they still have yet to deliver that, but the more stuff they show, it becomes less appealing to me. Like, one of their biggest flexes at the show was another fucking Forza game. I'm sorry, but I'm good, man. You know, like, I can give them credit and be like, yeah, Forza's going to be good. They've earned it there. But I'm just that, like, you know, just to answer your question, this is why I'm not going to sit here and be like, God damn it, Sony, where's my God of War? Like, no, dude, I'm actually going to say, yo, take your time. Take your time, because it's going to be worth it. Just like Horizon was worth it. Just like Returnal was worth it. Just like Ratchet and Clank was worth it. Just like Demon's Souls was worth it. Just like Spider-Man was worth it, you know? This is the difference. And also, I went back and I watched that Redfall gameplay, and oh, no, dude. No, thank you. I don't know what that... It's just not for me. I just thought it was kind of cringe. And that's all I'm going to say. Because I totally missed, like, the Redfall gameplay the first time because I was really confused with what was going on with my stream. But man, I'm just not digging what I'm seeing of that game. I mean, don't get me wrong. And I want to make this clear. Like, for a Game Pass game, that actually looks fine. Like, that actually looks like, okay, yeah, dude, if you're subscribed to Game Pass, go play it, man. Why not? But that's not the type of games that I'm... Like, if Sony came out and they were like, here's Redfall, I'd be like, excuse me? I'd be like, I'm sorry, Sony, what was that? oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm spending too much time again talking about Xbox. I can't, it's hard not to, because I don't know. I've just had more time to process the Xbox showcase and announcements, as well as the announcements that Sony's made. Deathloop looked a lot better than Redfall, I think. And I don't even like Deathloop, but I still think it looked a lot better. But I would get excited for SOCOM. Hell yeah, dude. You're going to try to sit here and compare SOCOM to Redfall? Dude, if SOCOM came out and they were like Fortnite graphics and like this cheesy cartoonish graphics, I'd vomit, bro. I'd straight vomit. Like, and I would vomit collectively with the entire SOCOM fan base. They try to make it like a hero shooter. Oh my God, please, no. Don't scare me like that, man. I don't need those thoughts in my head right now, all right? I do not need those thoughts in my head. You know what's going to happen, though. You know Sony's going to do it. You know Sony, they tried it with Destruction All-Stars, and Destruction All-Stars was fine because it was like a new IP. But you know Sony's going to take one of their games, dude, and they're going to give it the Fortnite treatment, and it's going to be not good. Could you imagine if that's what the Last of Us multiplayer game was? It's obviously not, but man, how funny is it to think, like, they come out, it's like literally, it's like cartoon graphics, and, I don't know, man. I don't know. I would actually kind of love to see that, just to see the reaction. It would be priceless. You're saying, MBG, that's the great thing about Xbox and Game Pass. You can just try out Redfall and really see if you don't like it. And I agree. And that's where I'm going to end the conversation surrounding Xbox, because I do want to say that, like, I do agree. Like, it has its purpose, man, and that is a great way. That is a great way to use Game Pass, I think. Just like it's a great way to use PlayStation Plus Premium, you know? Magnum Visuals, you're saying at 50 seconds, they said the Forza Motorsport trailer was running in-engine, not in-game. The same thing they said when they first showed Starfield in-engine. That's what gets dude, like, this is what, now I'm going to go on another tangent. It's not, and then this is not just about Xbox, so relax. I know, I've been talking a lot about Xbox. This is what, you know what? I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to turn this into a positive. Okay, I was about to go on a tangent where it's about a negative, but no. Here's what I'm going to say. All too often in the gaming industry, we see these trailers that say in-engine, right? And they look amazing and they're impressive. And, you know, they attempt to sell you on this notion that this is what the game's going to look like when it releases, right? And that's the impression that they're trying to give you. And then the game comes out and it's just like, wow, that was a lie, you know? Like, that was a complete lie. And this is, again, where, you know, I was asked the question, like, why am I so okay with Sony taking their time with games, even though they announced them early? You remember do you guys remember? And I really want to bring you guys back to this. I do. This is important, I think, because this is the difference maker between Sony and a lot of other video game publishers and development teams. Do you remember when Sony at their, if I'm not mistaken, it was the 2020 PlayStation Showcase where they showed the first reveal trailer for Horizon Forbidden West? Now, I don't remember if they said that was in-game or in-engine. What I do remember is people were like, yo, these graphics, bro, are like, they were blowing people's minds. And there was a conversation, and that conversation was like, is this really what it's going to look like? And if you go back and you listen to me, which I'm not saying you should, it's a while ago, but I said multiple times, I do not believe that what we are seeing in that trailer is what the graphics are going to look like. It's too good. It's too good looking. Like, I was shocked when people were like, no, dude, that's what the game's going to look like. I'm like, there's no way. And I maintain that. And then the game launches, and lo and behold, graphically speaking, at least in the fidelity mode, but now also in the performance mode, that's what the game looks like. That's what the graphics look like. And this is where I will give Sony credit, where they do not bullshit you, man. And I appreciate that. Like, I really appreciate that. In an industry where all too often, you know, people are trying to show you this and show you that and wow you, like Sony's, and this is why I just love State of Play when they do it for individual games. This is why I trust Sony when it's like what they're showing me. I feel confident that I can get excited. I can feel confident that what I'm seeing is what I'm going to get or close to it, you know? And I'm not saying that other publishers don't do that. There are other publishers that do that, but I just think Sony excels in this area. And I feel like Sony takes this area very seriously. And I think it's working for them because it's like, again, I didn't think that that's how good Horizon was going to look. I thought that that was just too good. And I'm glad I was wrong. You know, I'm happy to be wrong in that case. You're saying anyone else feel like Demon's Souls Remake looks the best? I do. Demon's Souls Remake is mind-blowingly good looking. Really. All right, let me see. Severin Evans, you're saying, why was I put in timeout, MBG? What did I do? It wasn't you, Severin Evans. See, Sir Speaks a Lot? This is the shit I'm talking about, Sir Speaks a Lot. No, Severin Evans, you didn't do anything wrong. There's just an individual in our community who, unfortunately, is still a mod. Probably not for long because he keeps going. Sir Speaks a Lot, where he does this thing called nuking the chat, where he just puts everybody on timeout, thus nuking the chat. You're saying it wasn't me, it was you? Okay. All right. So no hard feelings, Severin Evans. Everybody got put on timeout for no reason. Brandon Chad Perez, member for 20 months, Players No Limits. Thank you, man. You're saying that person who said Xbox does RPGs better is on that good copium. Billy Too Smooth, member for 26 months. Greatness awaits. Thank you, man. You're saying, MBG, go check your Twitter. You got to see what I just finished. I just tagged you in it. I'm so pleased how it came out. What do you think? Maybe I can go check real quick. What was it that you finished? Got a lot of notifications here. Dude, I can like never... Maybe you can post it underneath my tweet, man. That's like the easiest way for me to see stuff. Any of my tweets that I recently made, if you want to post it there, I could probably check it, because for some reason it's like... I'm like stupid sometimes when it comes to navigating Twitter. Let me get rid of that. Not sure why that's there. So yeah, Billy Too Smooth. Just post it if you're able to. Post it right under my tweet about the podcast, and I'll check it out. Still, you're saying MBG to talk Final Fantasy VII talk. Stay where you belong in my memories. Final Fantasy VII talk, MBG. I will never be a memory. Oh man, you're really holding on. I apologize. So here's the... I'm going to talk about Metal Gear for a couple minutes and Kojima, because I have to, obviously. And then I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy VII. So it's a little bit longer. Severin Evans, you're saying also another point. Most of your chat are console warriors cheerleading for a platform. What do you guys get out of that? You know there is no console war, right? Not since Sega versus Nintendo. Well, I mean, look, I know it comes off that way, but I think in reality, it's not so much that people are... And I'm not trying to speak for everybody. I'm speaking for myself, but I think a lot of people had the same mentality. It's not like we're like, yeah, like plastic console. It's what the console really represents. It's what the PlayStation brand represents. If I had to speak on behalf of most of the PlayStation community, I'd say it boils down to one thing and one thing only. High quality AAA games that you really can only get from PlayStation, that have that like PlayStation touch, right? From PlayStation Studios. That's really what it all comes down to. That's what people are here for. And I think when people are cheering something on, that's what they're cheering on. And I just think that it's, you know, we are in we are at a point where it may not necessarily be a console war, but there's this idea that, look, there are Xbox fans who want to say that Xbox is just as good as PlayStation, that their games are just as good, or that they match PlayStation. And some PlayStation fans don't take to that because they're like, no, they don't. And, you know, and it kind of becomes this, I think it's a quality war, not a console war. I think it's a quality war. And this is where I think most of the headbutting happens, where it's like PlayStation fans take pride in supporting PlayStation for that quality and vocalizing that this is what we care about, this is what we like, and this is what makes PlayStation so great to us. And I guess just some people, you know, maybe people call it gatekeeping, they call it arrogance, whatever it is, but, you know, then there are also people who are doing the same thing for games like Halo Infinite, where it's like, I sure, fine, I guess to each their own. You know, I guess at the end of the day, it truly is subjective, but, you know, not everybody's going to agree with that. And I think that that's just what it comes down to. And that's what I feel like I always try to bring it back down to, is what I care about more than anything is the quality. And I try to make sure that is at the center of all of my conversations, no matter how far I deviate, or at the very least I come back to that. Because that's the thing. People ask me all the time, like, what would Sony have to do to get you to like be disconnected from the platform, or to like it less, or whatever, or maybe go play somewhere else? And that's all it comes down to. Like, the day Sony stops delivering quality games at a consistent rate, or just at all, you know, is the day that I'm gone, and I will go where the quality is. It's just that PlayStation has carved out this spot where it's like, this is where the quality is. It's not the only place. It's not the only place where the quality is, but for me, it's the best place. And I think that this is where I feel confident in saying that Sony, with some of their games, they are doing things that no other publisher is doing. Some of Sony's development teams are literally doing things that other development teams are not doing. They're trying to do, but they're not doing it. It's just like with Ghost of Tsushima. you know? Okay, there's a little hiccup there, but like I remember when Ghost of Tsushima came out, everybody was saying how like, oh my god, this is like, like the best Assassin's Creed game ever made. Like it just did what Assassin's Creed has been trying to do for years, and they did it their first time and they did it better, And it's like, that's what I mean, is it's just, I know that Ghost of Tsushima, for a lot of people, it doesn't feel like that masterpiece game, but for me, it is a masterpiece game. It is. Like, it does so many things exceedingly well. It's not perfect. It has its faults, but it's like the things that it does exceedingly well greatly outweigh some of those minute flaws, right? And things that need improving. And just knowing, like with Ghost of Tsushima 2 and Sucker Punch, they're going to improve on all of that. And I don't know. That's what it comes down to, man. Quality. Also, cannot wait for Ghost of Tsushima 2. God, can you imagine how good that game's going to look? Cannot wait for that game. The more I sit back and think about Ghost of Tsushima, I don't know, man. Like, it's like savoring a nice steak, man. Like even when you're finished, you're still like contemplating like just how damn good it was. That's how I feel with Ghost of Tsushima. Like I've been thinking about that game lately, and I'm like, I think that's one of my favorite games of all time, man. Like really, like I seriously can't wait for the sequel, and I can't wait to see how they expand upon the Legends multiplayer. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Let me see. Mount Kosh 1, you're saying PlayStation needs to bring back fully fleshed out SOCOM, mag resistance, and maybe even a new kill zone that's quicker / snappier. Well, I think they are going to return to some of those. Mag, I don't think is ever coming back. Resistance, I don't think is ever coming back. Kill zone and SOCOM, I think there's a good chance for either of those. And then Mount Kosh 1, again, you're saying PlayStation take time to make games, but they make so many that there's always games releasing, new IP and all. Yeah, and I tried explaining that to people, man. That's why I tried explaining, like, I know we got wrapped up in the whole acquisition talk. Sony really is very strategic about PlayStation Studios and the cadence at which their content is being developed and released, and they have like a long-term plan. It's not like they're just like, well, I think we have this ready here and we'll try to have that ready there. This is just where Sony's quality, it's not just something that appears out of thin air. It's not something that just Sony says, well, I hope our games turn out good. And it's not like the developers walk into their studios and say, I hope that they turn out good too. No, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of experience, right? Like it's something that you can't put a price on. And that's why the acquisitions, I never appreciated, I never liked all of these major acquisition announcements and how much people started to pump them up, because I tried to explain to people like that's not what makes games great. Like buying a studio and buying a property doesn't just make it great. It takes time. It takes blood, sweat, and tears. And it's interesting because when you look at Sony buying Bungie, that's like the one time Sony was like, you know what? We're not going to walk on the landmines this time. We're not going to do it through blood, sweat, and tears. This time, we're going to buy our way to success. That's like the one time Sony did it for their games as a service. And you can't really fault them because it's like Sony, let's face it, like they really don't have experience in games as a service. So it does make a lot of sense that they would choose to buy Bungie. But what I'm trying to say is when it comes to the quality factor of Sony and what we love about PlayStation so much, that's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. That's a lot of mistakes being made over the course of decades. And again, it's just this type of experience that you simply cannot put a price on. That's how I view it anyway. Josh, you're saying what they want is for every PlayStation exclusive to be multi-plat and for Microsoft to buy everyone and make them exclusive. It's like a toddler whining, stomping feet. Dude, I'm going to be honest. There are some people in the community that when I see what they're saying, it's like, yeah, I do kind of get that feeling, unfortunately. Hold on, who's Brown Bomber, he said, you never read my chats, MBG. I know you're a huge horror fan. What did you think of Resident Evil 2 Remake update? The ray tracing looks amazing, but the frame rate tanks so much. Well, I did read your chat. I played Resident Evil 2 Remake a while ago. I thought it was amazing. I don't know that I feel the need to go back and play it. I was tempted. I wish they would release physical copies of RE2 and 3 and 7, like PS5. I would buy them. Like, why are you not re-releasing them physically? But I don't know. That's what I heard. I heard that it looks amazing, but they seem to have prioritized ray tracing and resolution over performance. I don't know if they have like a 30 FPS mode. By the way, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Remake at 30 frames per second. I know that may sound insane to people, but I've been enjoying it, man. Game looks amazing at 30 FPS. I was surprised. That might shock some people. It's a little primer, a little teaser for my in-depth discussion about Final Fantasy VII Remake. Insane MVG. Yeah, it is insane, isn't it? It looks really good in the resolution mode. Like is there ray tracing in Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade? Because I'm gonna be honest, like the reflections and stuff look pretty good. I'm not entirely sure if there's ray tracing, but it looks really good. I'm just checking this. There is no really. Well, they're still doing. I mean, if there's no ray tracing, they're still doing a great job because I'm impressed. I'm impressed, especially for a native PS4 game. Chris B, you're saying Sony learned from that Killzone 2 E3 trailer downgrade controversy. Microsoft seems not to learn. Yeah, dude, that's what I was thinking of too. I remember that. Sony got crushed and ripped to shreds for that. And I think that they made sure, like, okay, let's never do that again. Which, again, you kind of blood, sweat, and tears. Mistakes are made. You got to learn the hard way. Josh, again, you're saying Ratchet & Clank is still arguably the most graphically impressive game I've seen. Imagine native PS5 Spider-Man game. Spider-Man, I don't know why I said Spider-Man like that. Spider-Man game. Don't get me started on Wolverine. Dude, oh, man. We'll get there. I don't want to talk about it too much because it's like they're going to have their day. But yeah, man, I think about that too. I just put out a tweet yesterday where I'm like, dude, Insomniac Games has been on another level entirely since the launch of the PS5. And it's like, just think about what Spider-Man 2 and, like you said, Wolverine are going to look like. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane, dude. Billy Too Smooth, you're saying, okay, I put it in your recent podcast tweet. All right, let me go check that real quick. I appreciate you doing that. Just makes it easier for me. Billy, oh shit, dude. That looks really nice. I like it. You got PlayStation, Xbox, got Elden Ring up there. It's clean, man. It's clean. Controller, lights. Looking good, dude. Looking good. I like the Last of Us poster too there at the center. Thanks for sending me that, man. Cool shit. Josh, you're saying Sucker Punch now sits at the top tier PlayStation table. I agree. I said that after Infamous Second Son, I think like Sucker Punch was so close. So like they were just one rung on the ladder below. Like they just need that last push to get to the upper echelon of PlayStation Studios. And Ghost of Tsushima absolutely was that, dude. Absolutely. Dude, I love Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know why. Like I know why. I mean, I bought Director's Cut and I put 135 hours into it. And I got the platinum. I got every single trophy. Dude, I cannot wait to see a sequel to that. I do hope we get another Infamous game, though, as well. Sir Speaks Out, you're saying, I wonder what path you would have taken if Crackdown 3 wasn't a letdown. That game sent you on the path of PlayStation indefinitely. Yeah, right? Could you imagine if Crackdown 3 was like a masterpiece, like 9.5 out of 10 game? It would. I mean, it wouldn't just change my path. It would change Xbox's. They'd be in a completely different situation. That's funny to imagine. Hicksock, you're saying Final Fantasy VII Remake was my first Final Fantasy 2. You're saying that, what is that? 15 was very fun after. Yeah, so I didn't play 15. So that's why I don't really know. Look, I have a question, and I'm hoping the chat can help me out here. I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy 16. Do I need to play 15 to be to understand what's going to happen in 16, or are they just kind of separate games? Hicksock, said no. No, you don't. Okay. Good. I like that. Because I'm going to be honest, like I probably wasn't going to go back and play 15. All right, good. That's a hard no then. Okay, Kapapa, thank you so much for the what are they called? I forget what are they like super stickers or something? I forget what they're called, but I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the 10. And then Tech Noir, you're saying Forza is using a mix of VRS, so half the screen is 1080p and the center is 4K and procedurally generated foliage cutting corners. Well, that's the thing, man. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, people say that there's no reason for pro consoles or whatever, and I'm not saying that we need them, but I'm just saying, like, presumably that's the purpose that these pro version consoles would, I don't know. Maybe the developers just need more time. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about a Metal Gear remake. And talk about that. But after that, I'm going to talk a little bit. Well, the Metal Gear remake conversation is also going to talk about Kojima, because I have some more things to say about Kojima after doing some more thinking and processing of this announcement of the Xbox game. And then I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I have to bring this article up. I thought I had it up already, but as usual, I forget. Okay. Give me one sec, guys. Okay, so I put out a tweet yesterday. Okay. I put out a tweet yesterday. I'm going to read it to you. Because people get pissed at me. There's like a certain group of people that they just don't like when I talk about Metal Gear. And I don't give a shit. I'm going to talk about it anyway. But it pisses me off because they like act like I'm not a real Metal Gear fan or some shit. And that really pisses me off because it's like, who the hell are you to say anything? But I put out this tweet. I found a fan art, like a fan-made PlayStation 5 box art, and it looks really cool, of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. It was edited by Jikinet. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but it's Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater remake for PS5. It says that it uses the Fox engine, which I don't know if that's going to be the case. Konami's on the box. Kojima Productions is on the box. And I said in my tweet, this is word for word what I said. I would say this needs to happen, but apparently it already is. Hideo Kojima is consulting as well. One of my favorite games of all time. Can't wait to see it. And I walked away from that tweet for quite a few hours. And when I came back, there were quite a few people basically getting annoyed with me because they're like, stop making shit up. Like, MBG, you don't know what you're talking about. Did you hear that from your source? You don't have sources, whatever. And I was like, oh, I guess not enough people are aware that this is a thing that is in development. It's practically been confirmed. I mean, there's some heavy rumors here. Chris B, you're saying the Order 1886 remake. Does that game even need a remake? I feel like that game still looks so good. But that's the thing, is like, I didn't make this up. Like, that's not a rumor that I heard from like I haven't talked to anybody about it. Where this comes from is there was an article written up by VGC on October 1st, 2021, and it says Konami is set to revive Metal Gear, Castlevania, and Silent Hill. And so when they talk about Metal Gear, they say here that, well, let me see. It says Konami is set to ramp up its premium game development with new installments and remakes for its biggest franchises, including Metal Gear and Castlevania. That's according to publishing sources who spoke to VGC anonymously because they did not have permission to discuss the projects publicly. Konami's premium games output has slowed down significantly in recent years. The last new Metal Gear game was 2018's critically panned Metal Gear Survive. That game definitely needs a sequel. While the last mainline Castlevania release was 2014's Lords of Shadow 2, in the past decade, the company has arguably grown a bigger reputation for its pachinko gambling games. It says, following a restructure to the company's game development divisions earlier this year, Konami is now focused on bringing back its biggest brands to the premium game space. This is what VGC was told. The first of these titles will be a new Castlevania game, which sources described as a reimagining of the series currently in development internally at Konami Japan with support from local external studios.
there's been much speculations that Demon Soul studio Bluepoint could be working on a remake of Metal Gear Solid. However, VGC was told the series is actually being worked on by external studio Virtuos. Established in 2004, Virtuos is one of the largest game developers in the world and focuses on supporting the development of major AAA games or bringing existing games to new platforms. It continues by saying the new project is currently in early development, and multiple sources suggested it would be centered around fan favorite entry Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater rather than the original Metal Gear Solid. Konami also intends to release remasters of the original Metal Gear Solid games for modern consoles ahead of the larger project, we understand. And then they talk about the Silent Hill rumors, which we're all familiar with. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because not too long after VGC published this, they, on October 10th, said Virtuos employee confirms unannounced remake amid Metal Gear Solid 3 report. An employee at Chinese studio Virtuos has confirmed it's working on an unannounced AAA action and adventure game remake following VGC's report that it's been handed the Metal Gear Solid license. Now, where things get even more interesting is, do you guys know the insider Millie A over on Twitter? I think some of you are familiar with her. She, a while ago, confirmed this, where she was the one who said that Hideo Kojima is actually consulting with the development team on this project. He is a consultant of the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. People are probably wondering, why would they remake Metal Gear Solid 3 and not the first one? If you know about the Metal Gear Solid timeline, you'll know that the first game chronologically is actually Metal Gear Solid 3, based in the 1960s, where you play as Big Boss, who is known as Naked Snake. And you kind of see his beginnings. And Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of the greatest games ever made, flat out. For me, it sometimes feels like it's my favorite Metal Gear Solid game of all time. You're saying, why did I delete my reaction to the Xbox show? Because I didn't delete it. I have to private some of this stuff because of copyrights and blocks, and it gets very complicated. But yeah, dude. This is where I just wanted to make it clear that this is a thing that's apparently in development. I gotta put this over here. Not much room here. And so Millie A says that Kojima's consulting on this, which is very interesting, because if Kojima is consulting on this and that turns out to be true, then that confirms that the relationship between Konami and Kojima has been mended to a degree. And it makes me wonder what this game's going to turn out like, because Virtuos, I don't know much about them, and I am nervous. Like, I really want them to nail this remake. Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is like a dream remake for me, and that is a game that, like, don't fuck it up. Don't. Like, whatever you do. Like, if you're afraid you're going to mess it up, just cancel it. For the love of God, just cancel it. Do not just release it. Apparently, they're also planning on releasing remasters. And I would assume that if Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is if it turns out really good and it's a big success, then you can imagine next up they'll remake, Metal Gear Solid 1, right? And then they'll remake Metal Gear Solid 2, and then maybe eventually Metal Gear Solid 4, so on and so forth. And I will say, it's going to be, I think, if the Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is real and it does get announced, it's going to be make or break. It's going to be make or break whether or not Kojima's involved, because I feel like if people hear that Kojima's consulting on it, it's going to be like, oh, okay, all right, Kojima's involved, But if he's not involved at all, I think people are going to be like, I'll still be excited to see what they can do, because it's a remake. Well, actually, it doesn't even, I don't even know if the report explicitly confirmed it's a remake, but I'm assuming that's what it is. You can't just do a remaster of Metal Gear Solid 3, in my opinion. That is a game that does need some remaking to a degree. And then that's another question, like, oh, very important, guys. I want to bring this up too. Hold on. This is something I want to add to this, because I think it's important. Give me 1 second. I have to find it. So on Twitter, and I feel like nobody picked up on this, if you believe Millie A is a valid insider for PlayStation, or maybe not PlayStation, in this case, Konami, somebody on Twitter on June 17th said, "We are still waiting for the meaning of the Konami code for over a month, or from over a month ago." For those who are unaware of what they're talking about, Millie A just randomly tweeted out the Konami code, and she just simply said August. So I've been seeing quite a few people saying that they're hearing that, I guess maybe from Roberto Serrano, I'm assuming that's where it's coming from, that they're getting ready to reveal this in August, potentially. So, dude, I don't know, man. I don't know if it'll be an exclusive to PlayStation. I'm thinking it's probably not. Talking about the snitch. So this is another really, I mean, this guy, the snitch, has been on another level of accuracy when it comes to an insider. He knows both Xbox and PlayStation stuff. A lot of people were saying that the reason why this individual, the snitch, is able to get these things correct is because they are like a high up YouTube employee where they can see the back end and they can see things that are like uploaded and whatnot before they're made public. That would make a lot of sense. That would definitely explain how they know both Xbox and PlayStation stuff. And it would also explain why they only reveal stuff like right before it's actually announced. But the one thing that stands out here is, if this is true, the one thing that makes me question this is if that's the case, because I'm going to be honest, like an insider who knows that stuff is, I don't want to say less exciting, but it's like, okay, they're able to see stuff before it's announced due to just being able to see the back end of YouTube. But how did they know about Overdose? See, that's what I find fascinating, because if this is true, then, if that theory of, this person who's an insider with an impeccable record that's not getting anything wrong, they're just somebody who can see the back end of YouTube. How did they know about Overdose? And this is a segue into my Kojima conversation. So the more I think about it, the more I ponder this reveal of Hideo Kojima's Xbox game, I went back and I watched it a couple more times, and I don't think Overdose is this game. I could be wrong, and I did read Tom Henderson's report where he's like, it looked like the game was on a phone, but let me I want to read this one more time just to make sure I'm not remembering incorrectly, so I have my facts straight here. Give me 1 second to bring it up. Tom Henderson's report. Where is it on? Okay. So he says Hideo Kojima's Xbox cloud game is almost certainly Overdose. So it says here, my original report contains several key details on the new Kojima title, including the mode that could be played in third and first person. One key detail, though, that I failed to report on when the footage I was shown is that the person appears to be playing the game on some kind of mobile device, which appears to be a Google Pixel. So my only thing with this is like, all right, so I'm going to take Tom Henderson's word for it, where he says it looked like they were playing the game on a phone. So I just can't help but wonder, like, did it really look like they were playing the game on the phone, or did it look like they were showing you the footage through a phone? Now, I'm going to assume he explicitly made that article and he wouldn't get a detail like that incorrect. Like, there's a big difference between somebody kind of like holding up a phone showing you something and somebody looking like they're interacting with their phone and playing it. You're saying you don't want it to be Overdose, but it is MBG. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Kojima said his cloud game would follow the change in the industry's trend. Could that mean a free-to-play cloud game? It could be. It could be. I guess I just don't feel fully convinced, because why wouldn't you announce it? You see what I'm saying? Like, if Overdose is the Xbox game and it just leaked, and people are looking forward to hopefully seeing Kojima at the Xbox. Like, I don't get it. If the game's in a playable state, it's leaking out, it's being played on the phone, like, why not announce it? If you go listen to what Kojima said, literally nothing he said during his announcement with Xbox made it seem like he's even anywhere remotely close to having anything playable. This is why I just kind of feel like I don't know that I'm fully convinced. I still kind of feel like Kojima's been working with Sony for a little while now, and I think that there's something that's in development. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Overdose is actually with Sony. I mean, this is the one thing that really kind of tugs at me, though, is that, like, well, I mean, if Tom Henderson's saying he saw the game being played on a phone, that definitely doesn't sound like Sony. But I'm just so perplexed. Like, it's just when I listen to the Kojima announcement, it feels like he just wanted to basically tell people, hey guys, I just signed a contract with Xbox and I'm going to make a game for them. It just doesn't make sense to me that, like, I don't know. I could be wrong. You know, I probably am wrong, but I guess I'm just also not fully convinced that Kojima's making Death Stranding 2 for Sony. I don't know why. I just feel like there's something more here, and I want to see. I want to see how it unfolds. I want to see if this is really the reality that we're looking at, where Overdose is a horror game being developed for Xbox and Death Stranding 2 is what's being developed for Sony. I mean, dude, Sony and Kojima have been tight for a while. They've been tight with Death Stranding, and I don't know. We'll see. In due time. It's going to be funny as hell, though. You got to admit, how funny. I don't know, man. Yeah, that's all I can say about this. You got to admit, it's going to be pretty damn funny if Sony does have their showcase. Kojima shows up and he's like, here's my horror game that's exclusive to PlayStation. It's going to be pretty funny. You know? You're saying MBG, him revealing it a day before or a couple of days before is smart, because that way they don't have that much time to change the plans based on the leaks. Somebody else says, I don't think you're wrong, MBG. It doesn't make sense. The game Overdose is almost finished. The new game he's making for Xbox isn't even being made yet. William, you're saying get a dose of this from Bloober Team. Second Monkey in Jail, Moby Dick Whale, Girl in Shower, Plant from Silent Hill and MGS. Strands are multiversal. I hope they don't keep you silent for long. Connect the strands. I don't know, man. I can't. I always feel like I gotta say, I don't know, man. I don't know. I do feel that what Kojima is doing with PlayStation is not as simple as we're making Death Stranding 2. I just don't believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. But that concludes our weekly Kojima discussion. I'm now going to talk about my thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Remake. So where to begin here? I know where to begin. I'm going to begin by letting you know how I felt about the game going into it before I ever played it, because I think this is important context. I've said it in my video, but it's worth reiterating here. I never played a Final Fantasy game in my life. I actually, to be completely honest, I didn't like Final Fantasy. I just never liked the feeling it gave me. I always kind of watched these Final Fantasy trailers. Doesn't matter which Final Fantasy it was, they all kind of felt the same to me. I'm like, oh, they're all just the same game. And I just had this kind of very just ignorant mentality where I'm like, I'm not even going to pay attention. It's just cringe Japanese anime stuff to me. That's literally, I know that sounds terrible. That's kind of how I felt about it. And I just couldn't bring myself to get into it. And I remember when Final Fantasy VII Remake first dropped, so many people were like, dude, you have to play this game. What is wrong with you? And I'm like, I just can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Shevex, if I'm saying your name correctly, your last name, you're saying, bro, is MGS5 any good? MGS5 is amazing. I highly recommend playing MGS5 if you haven't. It's a great game. Give it a shot, man. And Josh, you're saying Nixus brings great balance to Sony first party. Great buy. I agree. Nixus, give a lot of credit to Nixus. They're going to help out Sony a lot. They're going to make it so Sony's first party teams don't have to worry about making games for PC. MBG Hip Hop Gamer did a video which he hints that the game Kojima is making for Xbox is from a forgotten script made by Michael Bay for a movie. I did see that video from Hip Hop Gamer, and that's actually really interesting. He could be on to something there, man. Very interesting. Maybe Hip Hop Gamer, he's known this whole time, bro. I don't know. Isn't Hip Hop Gamer the dude who came out like literally years ago and was like, yo, Sony's working on some backwards compatibility stuff. It's just going to take a long time. And like it actually happened. And like literally nobody cared that he called it. So credit to Hip Hop Gamer if he did call it, man. But getting back to Final Fantasy VII Remake, this was my mentality going into it, where I'm just like, I'm not going to like this game. You know, like I was just fully convinced that I was going to have to literally force myself to try to like this game. And so I bought the game because I got a super chat from KD. Oh, did he also say that they bought Kojima? Okay, well, yeah, I don't know that. I don't know then. And I bought the game and I sat on it for a couple days. I'm like, all right, I got to make sure I'm in the right frame of mind to start this. And I started up and I'm playing it and I'm like, huh. So this Cloud guy, right? Like I'm looking at these characters and I'm like, all right, I don't know. Like, I don't know about these characters. I'm immediately getting like cringe vibes from it. Just within the first minute, only because I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know what to expect here. And so I start playing it and I'm about like 30 minutes into it and I'm like, okay, so a couple things to take note of here. The combat is way better than I expected. Like, holy shit, this combat's really fun. I just didn't expect it to feel that good. And these characters and the dialogue, some of it, I mean, I'm going to be honest, like, a lot of the stuff they do in Final Fantasy VII Remake is so cheesy and kind of cringe, but that's like, I'm beginning to realize, like, that's part of the charm. You know, where, like, did you just say this Cloud guy? Yeah, like, I'm looking at, I'm looking at this character Cloud, and I'm like, okay, I'm looking at his body. I'm like, this dude's looking pretty thin here. I mean, he's got some muscle, but he's looking more shredded. I'm like, how the hell is he lifting that? How the hell is he lifting that sword? Right? So I'm like, okay, it's cool. But I'm like, the more I started to see the interactions between Cloud and Barrett and like Jesse and Biggs and Wedge, I'm like, yo, this is actually really good. I'm really enjoying it. Like there's some parts where it's a little bit cheesy. It's a little bit, but it works. Like it's like a perfect. Okay, here's what I want to tell you what I love most about this game so far. And it may seem so random, but it's true. There are multiple lines of dialogue in this where I'm legitimately laughing hard because I'm just like, I didn't expect that. Like there are lines of dialogue where it's like, it's super cheesy and kind of cringy and it's like charming. But then there's like lines that are just funny as shit where like Barrett said this one line recently and I just like didn't expect it where he's like, they were trying to steal something from Shinra, right? They're trying to steal something from Shinra. And you found out that in order to get into this room to steal stuff that, you know, you can use, you have to, you kind of have to work together in synchronicity to unlock it. And you have to go through a couple trials to do it. And you do it and you unlock it. And he just like comes out and he's like, damn Shinra, like making me jump through hoops to steal their shit. And I'm like, yo, that's a funny line. Like I just didn't expect that line at all. And especially to just kind of come out of nowhere like that. And it just kind of has this duality where it's like, there's charm, there's some cringe, but it's like appropriate. And you like can't help but smile at it. But then there's these lines where like at the beginning of the game, when you kind of start to, you start to get the vibe between Barrett and Cloud that they're not liking each other very much, right? You know, you can kind of tell, like, yeah, there's some serious tension here, and Barrett's going on this impassioned rant about the Mako and the planet and how they have to save the planet, and Cloud's just standing there and he looks at him. He's like, "You really believe that, huh?" And he's like, "You're damn right, I do." And Cloud's just like, "Get help." I'm like, bro, I'm dead. Like, I did not expect him to respond like that. And it makes me realize that there's just such an amazing chemistry between these characters and the way they're written and the back and forth and how you feel a certain way about each character. And that's where I got to give a lot of credit to I don't know who originally wrote this game, and I don't know if all Final Fantasy games are written this way, but I'm shocked, dude. Like, I'm genuinely shocked at how much I am enjoying each character and I'm enjoying each interaction. And there's no point in which I'm like, oh, this is boring or whatever. I'm always interested to hear the dialogue. I'm always interested to hear what's next and who's going to say what next. And then there are times, though, which are so abrupt. And that this is also kind of what I love about it, where Cloud will just be a supreme asshole for, like, over the dumbest shit. For example, with the Wedge guy, like, Wedge. Also, if I'm not mistaken, the guy who voices Wedge, wasn't he also one of the side characters in Breaking Bad? His voice sounds really familiar. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. But he is okay. Yeah, I was like, dude, I can Badger. Yeah, I was like, dude, that voice sounds so familiar. It made me wonder. I was like, yo, am I gonna find out Bryan Cranston? He's gonna be he's gonna be one of the characters. Let me read these You know what? Hold on. Before I read the super chats, I gotta say this real quick. I gotta say this because it there are times where Cloud responds and he's just such a dick, and I'm like, bro, what? Why are you being? Yeah, Bryan Cranston is Sephiroth. That'd actually be kind of interesting. Where I like trying to remember what point in the game you just parachute it down from above, and you're rolling with Wedge, and he's taking you, and he's like showing you where Jesse and Biggs lives, and then he goes to his cats, and apparently you just find out that for some reason Cloud gets extremely triggered by Wedge calling him bro, and like to the point where he practically yells at him, and I'm like, Cloud, what's wrong with you, man? Like, what's going on that somebody calling you bro? And I kind of am noticing with Cloud as a character, like, he has this really, it's like over the top, like hardened exterior where like no one, like he's just, everything's a job. And it is interesting because you can tell they're slowly trying to like reveal more about Cloud. And there was this one scene with Cloud that I saw recently where you do the big boss battle against the Airbuster. Is that what it's called? I forget what, I think that's what it's called. It's like this like huge boss battle, your first like really big one, I think. And he like falls down to the slums again. And there's like this scene where he's like, it's almost like he's dead. And there's like two versions of him talking to himself. And I'm like, what's going on here? And you could tell they're like alluding to something here. And I'm like, okay, I think Cloud might be insane. It's really interesting. I'm going to read some of these super chats though, because I'm getting quite a few here. There's an Arcane Blitzer going crazy here saying, MBG the Merc, how are you liking Final Fantasy VII Remake? Can we expect to see you at Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 16? I always have trouble reading these games because I get confused by all the Roman numerals. Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth launch day. Actually, yeah. I gotta say, like, just to answer you, Zanarkhan, right off the bat, dude, I'm enjoying this game so much. It's shocking. It's actually shocking to me. I am genuinely surprised where I'm like, I did not think I was going to like it nearly this much. It has actually, I think, converted me into a full-blown Final Fantasy fan where, yeah, I want to be there now at the launch of Final Fantasy 16, and especially for the launch of Rebirth. You're saying maybe you can try previous Final Fantasy titles like Final Fantasy. I don't know what Roman numeral that is. 15, I think that's what that is, and Final Fantasy 10. Though that's turn-based RPG, you said it's not your thing. Well, that's the thing is like, I don't know. The reality is I don't have much experience with any turn-based RPGs. I would have to really sink my teeth into one to figure out if I'm actually into that type of gameplay. But I think the way that they balance, dude, this is why I'm so excited for Knights of the Old Republic remake as well, because if I'm not mistaken, they said they're going to kind of follow the template that Final Fantasy VII Remake brought to the table, where I was shocked when they were like, yeah, we're doing Final Fantasy VII Remake and it's not going to be turn-based combat. It's going to be like a hybrid. And they nailed it. Like, I got to really give them a lot of credit where I'm like, this is the perfect in-between where you can stop the game or slow it down and super slow-mo and pick out and be strategic, but also you're involved real-time in the combat. It's perfect. I think it's great. I think it is the perfect evolution from full turn-based, if that's what you're trying to achieve. And the idea that they're going to do the same thing potentially for Knights of the Old Republic remake, that's exciting to me. And Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying Final Fantasy VII remake tip: if your character is poisoned, apart from using antidote to heal, you can regen magic to heal. If your healing materia is upgraded, if they're slowed, you can use haste to remove it. Yeah, that's another aspect to it. I mean, it is an RPG, so there are aspects here that I'm beginning to dig into, like fully understanding the materia. And I've been using the assess materia a lot because it's been helping me out, discovering weaknesses and stuff like that. And I'm still just kind of figuring it all out. And it's not too complicated. Like there are some things where it's like, I'm just kind of like, all right, I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm just going to keep playing and things will just click as I'm going. And I'm getting more familiar with it. I think I don't know if I like suck at the game or not though. Like I've actually underestimated some of the battles in this game, which I find surprising because there are a lot of initial battles where I'm just kicking ass and I'm like destroying and I'm like, this is easy. And then there are just some battles where I'm like, oh, I'm dying. You know, like my whole party's dying and I'm really sucking at this right now. But I like that because like the one thing that I also want to mention is the build up to the big boss battle. If I'm again, please tell me if I'm saying that the name of the enemy wrong, but it's like the Airbuster or whatever. They really were building that battle up. Like this is going to be a big boss battle. Like they're making it clear. Like this is a tough boss battle. And I was like, I hope so. Like, I hope that they're not, overselling this because I feel like a lot of the battles I've played so far have been pretty tame. I think I died like one time early on or a couple times early on in one enemy. And so when I got to this, I was like, I hope they're not overselling it because they're really making it seem like this is a big battle. And I was like happy to see like, oh yeah, okay, this is a tough battle. Like I actually really have to pay attention to what's going on here. Saying MBG comment on the music, I think it's GOAT status. It is actually like, dude, so the only thing is I had to lower the music just, I think by 25 to 40%, because I don't know if they do this purposely, but the music seems a little bit too loud sometimes where I'm like trying to listen to what they're saying because I'm not always reading the subtitles. So I had to lower it a little bit, but I got it to like the perfect balance where I can hear like their voices are louder than the soundtrack. But the soundtrack is really, really good. I'm noticing, and I'm not just saying that, like I'm actually like listening to these tunes and I'm like, this is great. Like it's distinct, and yeah, it's the whole package, man. It really is. I am like, I knew the game was going to be good no matter what, but it's like, this is one of those rare experiences where I hear so much about it and people are saying, dude, you gotta play it. You gotta play it. And it got to a point where I'm like, I'm afraid that by the time I get to it, the expectations are set so high that there's no way it's going to live up to what people are saying. And it's like, actually, no, I'm like, wow, yeah, you guys are totally right. Now I see why people go so berserk over this game when they hear it. Cause it's like, it reminds me when I played The Last of Us, and God of War, where I'm like, no, come on, you guys are overselling it. Like, no, they're not. And I gotta say, it's if there was ever a game that I'm playing where I'm like, yeah, Sony did a great job locking this down as exclusive, because this game feels like a Sony game. It does in so many ways. It's like the perfect game, I think, for Sony to have locked down as an exclusive. Speaking of music, have you tried Metal Hellsinger demo? No, I'm gonna have to download that, man. I didn't even know there was a demo. Definitely have to check that out. Zanarkand, I know you have a couple other super chats. I'm gonna get to them. Black Waifus, you're saying, damn, I'm not saying that. You still here? Happy Father's Day, by the way. Well, thank you, Black Waifus. Yeah, dude, these streams go on for, you know how it is with the podcast usually. Sir Speaks Out, you're saying that Cloud guy, but MVG knows every other character by their name as well as their social security numbers, DOB, and or date of birth, and for good measure, their height. Well, no, I said that Cloud guy in that way because I'm like, look, I know the way they're trying to sell Cloud to me, where like Cloud is this badass, hardened ex-soldier. And I thought, like, one of the things that has always turned me off from Final Fantasy games, I know it sounds stupid, but it's their hairstyles, where I'm like, I know that sounds stupid, but I'm like, what's up with this guy's hair? No one's hair's like that, you know? But I understand that it's the art style that is Final Fantasy. Like, what would Final Fantasy be without those hairstyles? You know, like, it's not going to be Final Fantasy at that point. So I get that. But it always just kind of made me go, you know. And I at first I was like, I don't know if they're going to be able to sell me on this guy. But that's the thing, man. It's like, you know, they did a great job with this game. I mean, I don't need to tell you, but you know they did an amazing job with this game. When they took somebody like me, where I was borderline a Final Fantasy hater, where I was like, I have no real reason to be this disassociated with this franchise, to the point where I'm like, I don't want to hear it anymore. And I remember, like, when I saw this game announced and I saw people going nuts over it, I'm like, okay, whatever, it's Final Fantasy, you know, the Final Fantasy people, they're going to get their fill. You know, when they basically get me over here being like, bro, this game's amazing, and Cloud seems like an awesome character that I can tell, like, there's way more going on here. And that's how you know they did a good job, man. So when I said, like, this Cloud guy, I just kind of meant, like, I'm like, okay, here we go, you know, anime tough guy. But, like, it's interesting because, like, somebody, I forget who said it, but they were like, don't mind the excessive grunting in the game. And I thought at first that, like, nah, it's not that bad. I will admit the grunts are excessive, but again, it kind of adds to the charm, where it's like, yeah, it feels like it fits here. It makes sense. And sometimes it's just funny because it's like, you could tell they just do it. They just add like this grunting dialogue just because it's like, well, this is a Japanese game. This is Final Fantasy. There's gonna be some grunts. And they fixed the grunts in the DLC. I don't know. It's kind of growing on me. The grunting's growing on me, where I just find myself just smiling and laughing a little bit, where I'm like, this has to be one of the most charming games I've ever played. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying Final Fantasy VII Remake tip number 2, set auto cure materia on your healer character, Tifa or Aerith. They will heal you and your party when you're in a bind. If you're not controlling the healer character, level up the materia. You won't regret it. And then you say here, Final Fantasy tip number 3 in chapter 6, when you have to cross past the fans, a character says not to look at the fans. Look towards the fans. You'll unlock an optional quest. Complete it, and you'll get a great reward. So I actually passed that part, and I did look at the fans. And I must have completely missed what you're talking about. I don't know if I was supposed to trigger something. Maybe I didn't look at the fans long enough, but I did do that. Because I was like, well, of course I'm going to look at the fans now. Oh, unless, you know what, actually, I did do the side quest. Maybe I'm misreading or misunderstanding. When I was at chapter 6, there was like, you know what, now I'm wondering. I did unlock extra materia, and I went in what seemed to be a side path in chapter 6. But let me ask you this. Did I miss something? Because when I went to proceed, Barrett was like, hey, Cloud, like, wasn't there some materia that you wanted to get? And they give you an option where you can either proceed or not. Does he still ask that even if you got everything? Because I got quite a few bonus items, I guess, and materia. And he still asked that. And I thought I got everything, so I just proceeded. So I don't know if I actually still missed it. You're saying I did miss it, but it's not that important. Question: is it necessary for me to get all of the materia and get all of those things for the platinum? I'm assuming, like, my assumption is, yeah, if you want to platinum this game, you have to get everything. So it's a summon material. Oh man, now I feel like I really wish I didn't miss that. Behind the fan. Okay, that's what I didn't know. I didn't know they were behind the fans. I totally missed that. Because earlier there's like, oh, there's a materia. Okay. So you don't actually need it all though for the platinum. Because I'm trying to figure out whether I haven't looked at all the trophies yet. I'm not going to until I beat the game. But you're saying for hard mode materia is important. It'd be a hell of a thing if I ended up platinuming this game. Well, I'll figure it out. But yeah, I think I'm actually on chapter 8 now. I'm 12 hours into the game. I'm on chapter 8. And I am at that part with Aerith. Am I saying her name correctly? I think it's Aerith, right? Where you're spending time with her, and I just delivered the flowers to the orphanage, and now I'm exploring the town there. So that's where I am now. So I don't know. I'm assuming I have quite a ways to go in the game, but that's where I am. Also, something else I do want to compliment this game about, because I think this is actually really, really good. You're saying hard mode is no joke? Yeah, we'll see if I can do it. I do want to give this compliment to Final Fantasy VII Remake as well. The pacing is incredible. Like, I think the pacing is what makes this game, because there's a lot of dialogue. They have a lot of characters they're throwing at you. And I don't know if this is like par for the course of Final Fantasy. I don't know if like every Final Fantasy game is like this. Again, this is my first time playing a Final Fantasy game, but I feel like the pacing is so on point. There's so many different things they throw at you. If they didn't get the pacing right, it could fall apart very easily. And they handle it perfectly. There hasn't been a point in this game where I'm like, oh, this part's dragging out, or this part's too slow, or there's not enough action. It's all distributed really good. So, MVG, please record your reaction to the Honeybee Inn. We'll see. I don't know what that is, but we'll see when I get there. And Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying Final Fantasy Remake tip number 4, go to the PlayStation Store and download the free Summon DLC to get 3 summons not in the game. Carbuncle, Chocobo Chick, and Cactuar. Former 2 useful. I didn't even know that. Okay, that's actually, yeah, that's a good one. I had no idea that was there. I'm going to do that next time I log on and play. Black Waifu's member for 10 months. You're saying I'm back. I got the loot and I'm vocal. Mount Kosh 1, you're saying LOL Cloud is like Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. Anthony Perez, you're saying Final Fantasy VII writing is pretty distinct from other Final Fantasies. It's by far my favorite Final Fantasy. I do think Final Fantasy 16 might be great. Good creative team with DMC5 combat director. Yeah, and that's the thing, dude, is like, I don't mean to gush on it too much. I'm sure you guys don't mind, but I am, like, I really didn't think I would care that much about the story and the characters. And I always did kind of wonder, like, why do people talk about Final Fantasy VII with such reverence, right? Like, it's like, this is the Final Fantasy game that people talk about all the time, and Cloud and this journey. And it's really good, man. And I told you guys, like, in my video, I mean this, like, I wouldn't have really cared that much about the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth announcement. I would have cared to the extent where it's like, oh, that's a big PlayStation exclusive. Fans are happy. And I would have been kind of like enjoying the announcement vicariously, to whereas I'm glad that they chose to announce it now, and I'm glad I chose to play the game now, because as I'm beginning to play the game for the first time, you know, I'm seeing this announcement, and I'm like, okay, like, I haven't finished it yet, but I have a really good feeling that I don't know how this game ends. I'm assuming it ends on somewhat of a cliffhanger to a degree. I heard people say that they're like changing some stuff, which doesn't matter to me, you know, since I haven't played the original, but I'm just glad I chose to play it now. and I chose to kind of embrace it now because it feels like it'll be less of a weight for me, which is nice. And I can kind of share in that excitement that that everybody else has. To whereas if I didn't start playing it, I would have been enjoying it more vicariously and not fully understanding of it, you know? So I see a lot of people telling me that hard mode is like really, really hard. What makes it so hard? Like, what do they do to make it real hard? Because I played the Souls games. I beat Elden Ring. Although I will say, Elden Ring, I don't know, I struggled with Elden Ring more than I thought I would. I had people kind of dragging me over the finish line towards the very final boss battles of Elden Ring. So you can't use heal. What? No items? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. So you can't, what about spells? Can you use healing spells? Items, okay, that's one thing. And you don't get your, oh my God, you don't get your MP back. That sounds really hard. You can only heal at benches? Holy shit, that does sound really hard. You can use spells, okay. That makes more sense. I was going to say, no spells. How the hell are you even going to beat the game? MP doesn't recover when sitting in benches? Damn. Yeah, I don't know. That does sound really hard. That sounds really challenging. We'll see. We'll see. I could see myself trying to do it, but I could also see myself getting really pissed off. Getting really pissed off. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm on chapter 8. How much of the game? You know what? Don't even tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me how much of the game I have left because I'm just going to enjoy it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. So I'm not going to read the chat. Brandon Chad Bros, you're saying you don't need to play the OG Final Fantasy VII, but Remake is technically a sequel, so some knowledge of the OG and the Advent Children movie would be beneficial. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's so much lore. There's so much to it, you know? I assume, like, I just kind of assume that there's going to be some things I'm not going to know the full context of, but I figure that's okay, you know? Big Boss 652, you're saying, hi MBG, I have a theory about that rumored Silent Hill game. I believe that it's going to be a PSVR 2 game. Want to know your thoughts on that? Imagine something like PT, but in VR with haptic feedback. So just to divert here and talk about that for a moment, that is something I did forget to mention about when I said that I fully believe Kojima's still heavily involved with Sony. I would find it difficult to believe that Kojima's not developing a little something for PSVR 2. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be a horror game, but I'm just saying that it would be difficult for me to believe that that's something that Sony wouldn't try real hard to get Kojima. And I feel like Kojima would want to make something for PSVR 2. Why not? Even if it's like a... could you just imagine like a Death Stranding VR mode where it's first person? Oh my God, it sounds like a nightmare. Actually, it sounds pretty cool. I got to admit, it sounds pretty cool. But I feel like you'd probably get messed up. Also, before I continue on Final Fantasy VII, I have to say, since I've never tried VR before, I am actually nervous that I'm going to hurt myself or destroy something playing it. Because I see these videos of people getting all messed up on VR and smashing in the walls. I mean, I've seen people straight up like go head first into their TV. And I'm like, how the hell do you even do that? But I've seen some people say it's like, it's that immersive, man. Like you will get confused. And I'm nervous that I'm going to buy PSVR 2. I'm going to report to you guys and be like, guys, I completely destroyed my TV and my PlayStation somehow. But yeah, you'll lose IQ playing VR. Oh, damn. I have to film myself doing VR 2. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I know I'll look like a jackass. Chris B, you're saying, do you think Sony... But that's Big Boss just to say, yeah, I could see Kojima doing that. It's worth noting that apparently there is a PT-esque... there is a PT-esque demo for one of these Silent Hill games that's in development. So, who knows, man? Chris B, you're saying, do you think Sony's games helped you be more receptive to Final Fantasy VII Remake? Do you think you'd have been as receptive in your Xbox days? Well, in my Xbox days, absolutely not. Well, I don't want to say absolutely not, but the chances are a lot lower. I mean, it's honestly the community here. Like, to be honest, like I needed the push, if that makes sense. And you guys like were not rude about it, but you're just like saying like, dude, you're missing out, man. You're missing out. And I think now was the perfect time because I noticed that there's not a lot of games releasing now or anytime soon. It seems like we're in that lull period before the holiday season. And I just thought, I'm going to need something to play right now. And I just kind of had it in my mind. Like I kept saying to myself, like, I'm going to play Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm going to do it. And I just didn't buy it. And I like needed that push. And then I got that super chat and I'm like, okay, I'll buy it. And then even after I bought it, I just kind of let it sit there for a couple days. And I'm like, the time is now. And yeah, Persona is another one that people are telling me. Persona isn't even tougher sell, dude. Persona isn't even the community bullied MVG. No, not at all. I would trust me. If I didn't want to play it, I wouldn't be playing it, and you would know. But the idea of PlayStation, I mean, for me, it was kind of just like, well, everybody's talking about the sequel, part 2 being announced soon and being hyped for that. And I'm like, okay, well, it is a PlayStation title, and I know that the PlayStation community is all about like that, as we said earlier, I'm part like quality, and everybody says like, dude, this is a game that's like, it's that type of quality. So in a way it did kind of help, but I don't know if I would have been as receptive to it if it was during my Xbox days. I want to say probably not. That's ever since I started playing on PlayStation, I've tried to be more open-minded to games. Like I'm still kind of closed-minded with like, I like big AAA titles. I'm not as receptive to indies, but I'm just so locked in on the PlayStation ecosystem, not in a bad way. It's just what I prefer, where, people are like, dude, how come you won't subscribe to Game Pass to try out like X, Y, or Z game, but you'll play something like Stray? And it's like, well, it's because I'm on PlayStation, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't play on Xbox. And I will say, did you guys see that one game for Xbox? I was actually surprised because it looked pretty good and it's coming out soon. High on Life. I think it was the creator of, what's it called? Rick. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. Rick and Morty is obviously the creator of Rick and Morty. That actually looked pretty good. I kind of liked what was going on there. So it's like a game like that, maybe. You know what game is going to get me to Xbox before I continue this? You know what game is going to get me to Xbox? Slime Ranchers 2. Slime Ranchers 2 is apparently not coming to PlayStation. Now, I don't play Slime Ranchers. My wife does. My wife loves Slime Ranchers to the point where I'm either going to have to boot that game up on my PC, but she's not going to want to play it on PC. She wants she wants the console experience. She's like me like that, and I'm probably going to have to end up buying an Xbox, no joke, for Slime Rancher 2. And when that happens, I mean, I still do have an Xbox One X, but I'm pretty sure I think they said that game's available through cloud. And it's probably a timed exclusive, but that's like a game my wife's like really into. Like, I don't think she's going to wait to play it, and I wouldn't make her wait, so that's going to be the game, man. If it wasn't Kojima's game, it's Slime Ranchers 2. You're saying, why, MBG, you have a PC? Yeah, I know. I could probably just hook the PC up to the... It's my work PC, though, and I don't want to move it around and stuff. I don't know. I'm weird like that. I'm stubborn. But yeah, Slime Ranchers 2. Anyway, back to Final Fantasy VII. Zenarcane Blitzer, you're saying, I'm talking about the summon materia, Chocobo and Moogle in Chapter 6. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to go. I'm assuming I can go back. I saw some people saying you can choose what chapters you play, so I'll probably have to go back and pick that up, because I can't believe I missed that. Aaron, it's funny because you mentioned like he says don't look at the fans, and I was like, why is he saying that? And I like half expected for some reason, I don't know why, like I was just going to look at the fan and like get sucked in and die.
or something. Like, I don't know, like just some kind of like surprise. It wouldn't have made sense, but I don't know why my mind went there. um Aaron Yogurt, you're saying I was the same with Resident Evil after Capcom's event. I had to give RE2 Remake a chance. Yeah, dude, and that's the thing. Resident Evil, I'm kind of in the opposite boat with Resident Evil, where Resident Evil is a game I played since I was really, really young. And so it is crazy to me to think that there are people who like have never played it and they're not interested in it. I'm like, you're out of your mind. You got to play it, you know? So the way you guys feel towards me about Final Fantasy is how I feel towards people with Resident Evil. Oh my God, dude. I totally forgot to talk about this. Resident Evil Village third person mode. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? In a good way. Like, that is a game changer. I am absolutely playing that, and I can't believe they did that. And they need to do it for Resident Evil 7, because I have to admit, as much as I love the first person vibe, to me, Resident Evil's third person, man. And I was so happy to see that, because to me, I feel like that's a game changer. That's a game changer right there. And yeah, VR2, man, for RE8. So very excited for what's to come for Resident Evil. I still can't believe RE4 Remake was announced and it's coming out in March. Can't believe that. Zenarcan Blitzer, again, you're saying Final Fantasy VII Remake tip number 5. Complete all the missions in Sector 5 before heading back to Aerith's house. Then in Chapter 9, when you see Johnny, follow him, then say yes to him. I'll try to remember that. I think I'm there now in Sector 5. How many missions would you say there are? Because, like, I mean, I feel like the only one I found so far was for that nerdy kid who's like, bring me your assessments or whatever. And he's like, now you can fight these things in VR. I feel like that's the only guy I saw that I was able to like do any type of mission for. So I don't know if there's a bunch of other side missions or if they're marked on the map. Are there a bunch and I'm just like totally bypassing them and missing them? Because I was thinking that. I'm like, yeah, Chadley, that's his name. What a name. Chadley. Yeah, and I just kind of like, I was wondering, are there going to be side missions again? Oh, he's not related to them? So I guess I just got to kind of go around and keep talking to people. Or I didn't even check the map, so I don't know if Giga Chadley, yeah. That's funny. The hardest trophy is going to be getting all the dresses, MBG? I don't know what that is. Maybe you're alluding to something. Dresses, huh? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I remember there was a point in the game where Tifa, I think it was Tifa, she's like, let's go out. How do you want me to dress? And I was like, exotic? I don't know. So I don't know. We'll see. I assume that that's going to be for something in the future that happens potentially. Anthony Perez, you're saying you can use healing spells and healing abilities like chakra. I didn't think I could do it. Super happy I did it. Yeah, it depends on how challenging this is going to be, man. Because like I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I feel compelled to do it on hard mode because it sounds pretty hard. You know. You're saying these choices matter, MBG. Okay, I believe it, man. I believe it. Yeah, the one thing I do know is like the one thing I keep seeing people say is like, who are you choosing, Tifa or Aerith? And I'm like, well, I kind of got the vibe. Like, I know that Aerith plays a really important role as well as Tifa. And so I kind of just thought, well, I haven't really encountered any of those choices yet. And I don't know. Like, I can't answer that because I feel like I have to. Like, I just kind of got to the part where they're showing Aerith more and they're expanding on her character more. So I'll obviously update you guys as I play. Sewell, you're saying thoughts on Sephiroth right now. Play Crisis Core. Sephiroth is the thing that I find super interesting about Sephiroth because they haven't really shown him that much, and he seems to show up in like these type of, I don't know, Cloud is having like these, like it almost seems like he's having flashbacks, but they're not. They're like hallucinations. And when Sephiroth shows up,
He seems super intimidating, but he seems like he very obviously like he rattles Cloud like big time, and I don't know why. Like the dude just seems like he's got some a serious hold on Cloud's psyche or something. And so I don't, I'm really fascinated to see like how they expand on that, because they right now they do not make it obvious at all like what role he plays. I think I read, or I didn't read, but I heard in the game they refer to him as like some kind of like big legendary soldier or something like that. So yeah, definitely interested in Sephiroth, and I assume that they're like he's probably going to play a minimal part to a degree, like probably like not till you get to the end of the game, because I know like they're breaking the game into 3 parts, so he can only have I assume so much time right now. But definitely interested to see like what's going on there, because something weird's going on. Antagod, you're saying Final Fantasy 15 is a great game, incredible combat and graphics. It's open world and not turn-based. The summons alone make it epic. You should try it. Yeah, I mean, I thought that Final Fantasy 15, I remember when I saw it a long time ago, it did look pretty cool. I saw like, and that I have to say, like, that's the most appealing thing to me, like from the just an aesthetically speaking, and it was actually the Final Fantasy 16 trailer, the last one we just got, that I was like, holy shit. They were showing off the summons in Final Fantasy 16. I'm like, and I didn't even know what they were at first. I'm just like, yo, what's up with these giant monsters? This is looking pretty sick. And people were telling me like they're the summons. And I didn't know Final Fantasy 7 Remake had summons. So when I first I forget the name of the first summon you get. He's like the flame demon looking dude. I was like, this is pretty sick. Like I think that's actually really cool. I didn't anticipate that. All right, let me see. Zanarkhan Blitzer again. Thank you for all the donations, Zanarkhan. It's very, very generous of you. And thank you for the super chats from everybody. You guys are awesome. You're saying I platinumed Final Fantasy VII Remake and played in hard mode many times. I enjoy it. Now, hard mode, although you can't use items, tip number 1 and number 2 comes in. Your MP is restored every chapter. You also can recover MP by destroying crates. Okay, that crates part seems helpful. So, yeah, the thing is, I assume, like right now, I'm still getting a feel for the game, and the difficulty doesn't feel too much. I do feel like I'm kind of sucking more than I want to, though, where I just find that I don't know, like I'm just losing too much health. Like I feel like I lose too much health too quickly, but I feel like I am getting better at it for sure, And yeah, that's something else I do want to talk about. The graphics of the game, the way the game looks, the way it handles. So yeah, I started playing the game, oddly enough. I say oddly enough because of the change I made. I started playing Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade with the performance mode, and I was enjoying it. And it's 60 FPS. And at one point I was like, you know what? Let me see what this game looks like at 30 FPS. Now, here's what I learned about 30 FPS. Okay, versus 60 FPS. There is a massive difference between 60 FPS and 30 FPS. Absolutely. I don't think there's any denying that. Like, you can very easily see the difference. But what I noticed about 30 FPS is when you go from 60 to 30, it looks really, really horrendous. And you kind of, like, you just see the choppiness. When you switch from 60 to 30, you see the choppiness. But what I've learned is when you give it a bit of time, your eyes adjust. Like truly. Yeah, you get used to 30 FPS quickly, where it's almost like your brain kind of fills in those gaps for you. It doesn't look like 30 FPS, but you just don't see the choppiness after a certain amount of time. And so I switched to the fidelity mode, and I'm like, it's actually a pretty huge visual difference, like visual quality wise. Did I disconnect here? Am I still good? What's going on? Okay, because it said it was buffering. All right, I think I'm good here. And so, it's just that's how I played. That's how I played Horizon Forbidden West. And the one criticism I will give Guerrilla Games, and it's just maybe just a selfish. Well, I think it's an expected one, but I remember when I played Horizon, I was so underwhelmed with that performance mode. I was like, it just looks bad. Like, just straight up, the 60 FPS is nice, but the visual quality takes such a massive hit. I just couldn't play it that way. I couldn't. I had to play it in fidelity mode. And I got used to it. And in my opinion, with Forbidden West, fidelity mode was the way to go. So I was a little bit upset that their big performance mode patch came out after I already platinumed the game, because I don't feel the need to play it again. It feels too soon. But I did reinstall it and play it for a while to check it out. And I was like, damn, I really wish this was fixed when I played it and it was there at launch, because it's a night and day difference, dude. I remember when I played Spider-Man Miles Morales on the PS5. I don't know what it was, but the 60 FPS mode, I was, I guess, surprised because it was an open world game and there's a city and there's a lot going on. I couldn't believe how crisp the game looked while still running at 60 FPS. And I was very, very impressed. If you were to go back and listen to me talk about Miles Morales on PS5, I was like, man, it looks really good. I'm surprised. And that's what I expected Horizon to look like, and it didn't. And I was like, I don't know, Guerrilla, you seem like you're falling behind here. But then they clearly fixed it within a couple months, and they're like, this is what it was meant to be. And I'm like, oh shit, there we go. Horizon, their performance mode is looking on point and looking just as good as what I remember, Demon Souls performance mode and Miles Morales performance mode. And it's not that Final Fantasy VII Remake looks bad in performance mode, but it does take a pretty big visual hit. I don't know what the resolution is, but I just decided, I'm going to play this game at 30. I'm okay with it, and I'm assuming that my next gen Final Fantasy experience will come in the form of probably Final Fantasy 16 first and then Rebirth. But, it's just that you have to pick your trade-off. I will admit combat is better, obviously, at 60 FPS. But I don't know. There are just some games where it's I do want the visuals to be as high as they can. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know if I do switch back to 60 or not. But right now I'm playing it at 30, and my eyes have adjusted. So, Anthony Perez, you're saying, Ari losing health. Use block a lot. Okay, so that's my problem. I haven't been blocking as much. Because I noticed when you block, you still take damage, but I guess it really mitigates just how much you take. Dodge isn't a Dark Souls roll. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. I'm so used to the Souls games. I'm rolling around like crazy. Block limits damage a lot. Better to take a blocked hit than a full one with a failed roll. Okay, so that's actually helpful. I didn't know that. I'll have to block a lot more. I just forget to block. Maybe that's why I'm getting so messed up. Because I think I am just eating these attacks where I am I'm dodge rolling and I'm not dodging anything. Josh, you're saying PlayStation Premium isn't something I wanted to subscribe to, but when I found out I can split it through Game Share, it's as cheap as Essential. Trying Final Fantasy VII now. Yeah, dude, you can't really deny going that way. If you can share it, if you're just halving it with somebody, or if for some reason they're just covering the tab for you, absolutely it's worth it. You know what I'm most interested in talking about PlayStation Plus and Premium, because that did launch and it seems like it's mostly positive reception. I think what people forget is that this is just the beginning of the PlayStation Plus Premium and Extra service. And I think that people forget that Sony's not going to put everything there at once. They want to make sure that PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium is something that's talked about just like Game Pass is on a monthly basis. So I think that it's off to a very strong start. I mean, I tried telling people, dude, if you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, if you haven't played Death Stranding Director's Cut, if you haven't played Returnal, right? If you haven't played Demon Souls Remake and you have a PS5, you need to subscribe to this just for those alone. Now, I'm okay with it because I bought and played these games. I got my fill with these games. I was actually thinking about going back and playing Demon's Souls again, just because I want to see how good that game looks again. But it's absolutely worth it. But I think people also need to realize that you have to understand that it's just the early days. Like, it's just starting out. They're going to have times where they put bigger stuff and more exciting stuff into the service, just like Xbox does from time to time. They're just not going to do it all at once. MBG, you got the disc version of Integrate. Supposedly DLC is amazing. I did. I got the disc version. I have the DLC code. I'm going to play the DLC after I finish the main game. When do I think we get a new trailer, gameplay trailer for God of War? So that's actually going to be my next topic once I move on from Final Fantasy VII Remake. I want to talk about what else Sony may be doing this month or this summer, because I feel like that's kind of something I didn't really talk about recently. Thomas says, MBG, Horizon Forbidden West is a great game. Big fact, please listen. Absolutely. It is a great game, dude. For sure. Clammy True Colors, you're saying Final Fantasy VII's final two losing boss battles, or I don't know if I said losing, long boss battles are, I say, some of the most incredible and epic battles you will see on PS5. It's on that God of War Ragnarok battle level. Damn. That gets me hyped, dude. That does. Because God of War's boss battles are epic as hell. I mean, that's a huge part. So, yeah, the boss battles have been pretty tame so far, but I think it's because I'm still early in the game. Also, oh my God, what is up with that maniac on the motorcycle? I totally forgot to mention that. Like that, this is where there's some stuff in this game happens where I'm like, I don't know what's happening right now. It feels like shit's going off the rails and I'm loving it because this guy is weird. He makes me feel uncomfortable. Why is he laughing so much? Like, I don't know how to feel about him, and I don't know who this guy is. I'm assuming he returns at some point, but he is like, the discomfort. So if the developers wanted me to feel as uncomfortable as Cloud feels, clearly, they did a good job because that dude just made me go, dude, I don't know how to read you right now, but you're creeping me out. Like, I don't hate you. Like, you're helping me, but you're bothering me. And I kind of feel bad that you're bothering me, but you're really bothering me. And I'm just like, this is great. This is great. I love what's happening here. And I like that. Like, that's something else I'm liking about Final Fantasy VII Remake is that every time I think I kind of have like an idea of like, okay, I know what's going on here and I kind of know what to expect, they just kind of throw something else into it where it's like, actually, I didn't see that coming and I didn't expect that. And this is new. And also something else I thought was really funny was with Jesse's character. When you go on that mission with Jesse and Biggs and Wedge, and towards the end, she's flirting with you like hardcore, and Cloud's just like, oh my God, like, you're annoying. And like, that's kind of how he was acting. But the best part was when it was like, I guess when you met her at her house after like making sure everybody was safe, and she was like, kind of throwing herself at you a little bit, or kind of like insinuating like, oh yeah, you're going to come over and I'm going to make pizza and we're going to go on a date. And he's like, I forget exactly what she said, but I remember what Cloud said because he's like, are you that desperate? And I was like, damn, dude, Cloud just doesn't give a fuck. He's just like straight up, like, I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. And I'm just laughing because some of these lines, they just come out of nowhere. And I'm like, this is amazing. I love it. I guess it's just because like I kind of expected that Final Fantasy was going to be super cheesy. And there is some of that cheese there. But that's part of the charm. And I always knew that. But I just didn't expect that they're just, I don't know, man. I love the characters and I really enjoy. I know I'm gushing over it too much. I don't know, but I am just enthralled with like I keep wanting to go back to this game, and I want to know like where these characters go, what goes on, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually not looking forward to finishing the game because then I'm gonna experience all the pain that you guys are. I think it's especially worse for me because I haven't played the original, where like I know it's gonna be left on a cliffhanger. There's no way it's not. I mean, it's part one of a 3-part series. I'm anxious about like, man, what kind of cliffhanger is this gonna end on? Because right now I'm in that phase where I can just kind of keep experiencing, what's happening, and then I'm like, now I get to play it some more and keep going, and figure it out. And it just feels like it's been a while since I've had that. Like, I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I feel like this is gonna sound crazy because Horizon came out, and I love Horizon. But dude, this game has a grip on me. I gotta say, like, I think that maybe it's not crazy. Maybe people think it's crazy that I'm even comparing it, but I loved Horizon and I like the story a lot, but I feel like the story of Final Fantasy VII, it has this, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the right word to use. It just kind of has this, I guess the best way I could say it is there's just a level of interest that I have with the world building, the character dynamic in Final Fantasy VII Remake that far surpasses like many other games. Like I just did not anticipate that I would catch on this quick. Like, okay, now you can tell, like I can tell why people are so just obsessed with these characters, and they still talk about this game like it is the next best thing since sliced bread. And I always kind of thought, like, I don't know, man, I think people are overhyping it. Like, can it really be that good? And especially because Final Fantasy VII is an older game, truthfully, like when you get down to it. And it just makes me realize, like, I was missing out, man. And I actually think I'm enjoying Final Fantasy VII Remake more than Horizon to a degree. I know that sounds insane, and that's saying something because Horizon was like one of the best games I played all year. But there's just something here, man. MBG discovers JRPG for the first time. Like, whoa, like what is this world? What's going on? It's crazy. It is crazy. I have to admit, I didn't anticipate this. And you know what's funny? My wife she's been making jokes with me for a while because my wife is like into JRPG stuff. She's kind of like into the Japanese stuff more. Time's limited, and she plays occasionally, but she was like always in the Kingdom Hearts and into that type of stuff, and I'm just like. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. And she would always like tell me, like, you don't know what you're missing out on. She's like, you should let me on your channel because I know where the good stuff lies in the JRPG world. And she's like, you don't know. And I'm like, get out of here. I'm like, you don't know. And I guess I was like talking to her about this, and she's like, yeah, it's funny to see you playing this game. She's like, I didn't expect you to play it or enjoy it so much. And yeah, Mrs. MBG is based. And I'm like, yeah. I was like talking to her about it, and I kept stopping and telling her about some things I'm enjoying. And she's like, I told you. It's like, I told you these are the types of games you got to start playing. And I'm like, all right. Okay, let me see here. I still got some more super chats. Where did I leave off? I'm totally losing track here. Okay, William, you're saying, are you using L1 quick commands? Are you upgrading your Buster Sword? 30 FPS is better because the graphics are amazing. Too bad you didn't pick the mature dress. Well, if I do another playthrough, I'll have to see what happens there, but I am using the L1 quick commands. Yeah, and that's actually something I remembered. I was like literally playing, I'm like, wait a second. Wasn't there a tip that William gave me? And I was like, oh yeah, it's L1 for quick commands, and I've been using them a lot. And I have been upgrading the Buster Sword. It's actually something else I've been sticking with. You guys told me I kind of do want to try out the other sword. Do you get a bunch of other swords as well, or is it just like these two swords you get for Cloud? Because I want to try the other one, but you guys were like so adamant about like, dude, that the Buster Sword's where it's at, and I'm like, well, if that's the best one, then I'll just stick with it. But I don't know if you get even more weapons. Like, I have to admit, since you guys told me to stick with the Buster Sword, I feel like if I try to use anything else, I'm literally downgrading. Is it that bad? Like, are the other weapons viable? You know, or is it just one of these things where it's like they kind of suck and they don't do anything? Because that's kind of where I'm like stuck at, where I'm now feeling like I don't want to. You're saying other weapons. Anthony says other weapons are better. Are they like different play styles? Is that what it is? Does it change up your play style? Because it seems to me the Buster Sword seems like really kind of like a heavy hitter. It's like, I mean, just look at the size of it. The other weapons are viable. Some are aimed more towards magic. The Buster Sword is iconic though. Yeah, it's pretty badass, dude. I like it. I still can. I need to know, is there a story explanation? Don't tell me what it is. Just tell me yes or no. Is there a story explanation for how this man, Cloud, with his arms are kind of small, man. Like, how the hell is this guy lifting this sword? Is there something I'm missing? Or is it just like, this is how it is, bro? Like, this is Final Fantasy. There is. Okay. Good. Thank you. I'm interested in seeing that. Because it doesn't matter to me. Like, if they were just like, no, we just think it looks cool. I'm like, okay, I'm cool with that. But I just do kind of wonder, like, how the hell can he lift that sword? It's making me feel a certain way, you know? I'm over here trying my damnedest to like keep on as much muscle mass as I can. I'm like, yo, this dude's out here just swinging the sword around like it's nothing. Somebody says Viagra. Oh, okay, that's the trick. He's on Viagra. That's how he can lift that sword. It's Mako energy. You're saying it's not really explained well in Remake. I kind of got that vibe because I kept noticing how they were alluding to Cloud like having like the eyes of a soldier and the Mako, and he seems like he's kind of ashamed of it or whatever, but they did kind of make it seem like the way they talk about soldiers in this universe, it's like if you're a soldier, you have a certain reputation of being like you're beyond like guns, you know, like shit doesn't phase you. You're out here with giant swords and stuff, which I think is cool. So I like it. Excuse me. All right, Josh, you're saying also purple PS5 plates come in so goddamn fresh. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I can't get into those colors. I can't do it. Like, I can't make my PS5 purple or pink or light blue or whatever they call it. It's for me, it's either white or black. I would like to see them do like a dark blue for the PS5. And I'm surprised. Is anybody else surprised that they have not done custom plates for a game? So, like, Sony, surely you're going to have God of War Ragnarok plates and a controller for the release of Ragnarok, right? Am I the only one who thinks this is, like, insanity where, like, last generation, Sony was, like, every game release, there's an exclusive PlayStation 4, custom PS4, custom DualShock 4. And people love that. People ate that up. And now they're just like, I mean, I like that they did the colors, but I'm just shocked that they haven't. He can't lift the sword because of nanomachines. Yeah, right. Okay. Nanomachines, son. Yeah. But I think that's shocking to me that that Sony hasn't done that yet. So that reminds me, we have to talk about that PS5 Pro controller. Yeah, that's true. That's what I thought too. You're saying they're more concerned with just getting consoles out the door. I figured the reason why they weren't focused on that is because of the shortages, you know, but still offering plates, like, to me, that makes sense. You're going to do custom colors. You should do, I mean, how many of you right now would buy a set of custom God of War Ragnarok plates for your PS5 if they were sold for like $60 or something? I'd buy them straight up. A DualSense? Hell yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to talk about the Pro PS5 controller because apparently, according to Tom Henderson, he said that there's other new hardware that Sony wants to announce alongside it. So, Day Very Rare, member for 8 months, man. Thank you. You're saying, what's up, MBG? I hope your day is going well so far. I'm happy that you're enjoying Final Fantasy VII Remake. 7 is the number of completion. Watch your channel grow quick. Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah. I'm trying to grow the channel. I mean, it's, PlayStation gaming in general, it's been in a weird spot the past year or so where there's some big things happening. I think Elden Ring is the biggest thing that's happened in the past year, I'd say, which is interesting to think. But I'm trying, man. That's why I want to talk. The two things I want to talk about before I end this podcast, because we're clearly going to hit the 4-hour mark here. Once I'm done talking about Final Fantasy, I want to talk about the PS5 Pro controller, the new hardware that Sony is apparently sitting on, and whether or not Sony's going to be doing more this month or in the next couple weeks. So I want to talk about that. All right. And just please remind me, chat, when we move to this topic, because I want to focus on these super chats so I can keep things flowing. I tend to forget things that I want to say because I'm all over the place. I want to talk about you remember how a couple weeks ago I made a video where I said I talked to a source of mine, my only source, right? And I know people are like, you're just a bullshitter, MBG. I'm like, I'm not bullshitting. I'm just taking a chance here. Cut me some slack. I want to mention something about that. So remind me to mention that a little bit later on when we talk about upcoming PlayStation announcements, okay? Because it's just something I want to say about that. Anthony Perez, you're saying tip helps to switch characters often. Enemy AI will take time to focus on new leader. You will fill ATB faster and get to use all party member abilities. Yeah, that's something I'm really bad at and I'm trying to get used to is switching the characters. And that's something I have to try to do more because I think that is a big reason why I'm also kind of sucking. Josh, you're saying we ended up getting it because we had PS Now and it just moved over. Once it runs out, we will just do PS Plus Extra because it will be cheaper than Essential. Yeah, I would say it probably is worth being subscribed. That's kind of where I think I'm probably going to upgrade to, at the very least, Extra. I don't have an interest in Premium just because there's really not, I don't know, there's really not much I'm interested in with the classics. What I might do, I mean, apparently The Last of Us Part 1 is going to have a trial. I might try that, I might subscribe for a month to Premium and give that, play that trial and see if to me it's is that trial going to sell me on wanting to buy this for $70? I feel like I'm going to be real. I'm probably going to buy The Last of Us Part 1 no matter what because I can't get over the fact that it's one of my favorite games. You know what I mean? I know it's I don't feel fully comfortable, and I talked about the message I'm sending to Sony, but goddamn, I'm really having an internal battle where it's Plus, it's also, I don't know. I feel like it would benefit my channel because if you remember, I refused to buy The Last of Us Part 2, and then I fucking bought it and I played it, and I'm like, all right, I caved. I caved. I'm human, guys. I can't help it. But I think what I might do is I could maybe do the trial. Here, here's a good one. You ready? What if Sony activates the trial for The Last of Us Part 1 before it launches? See, this is where I don't think anybody thought of this, or maybe they did. You're saying you'll get the money back at Super Chats. Yeah, I'm taking money from the Super Chats you guys are giving me, and I'm gonna make an investment for the channel. That's what I'll put it at, or I'll file it under. But what if Sony, let's say, okay, so the game's coming out September 2nd. What if the middle of August, Sony says, here's a trial for a 2-hour trial for The Last of Us Part 1 if you're subscribed to Premium. People are going to subscribe to Premium to play it. People are going to be sold. I mean, that especially, dude, if you're somebody who never played it before, oh my God. Could you imagine just playing the first 2 hours of The Last of Us and then having to wait for the game to launch? But that's something we might want to keep an eye on because I would try it. I would want to try the new gameplay. Also, dude, imagine how much harder that intro is going to hit with the added realism. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. All right, let me see. Getting back here. Zanarkhan Blitzer, you're saying when you get the parry materia, level it up. It'll come in handy in hard mode. It lets your character dodge more easily. This is a lifesaver against the super boss Wise, especially equipped on Tifa. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Parry materia. I haven't come across that yet. Brandon Chad Burrows, you're saying waiting is like living in Spain, but the S is silent. Yes, it's pain. It's pain. I got that. William, you're saying, luckily for you, once you are done with the game, you can immediately jump into the DLC. So there's a little bit more to take you past the cliffhanger. Okay, I didn't know that the DLC is after the. That makes sense. I feel like I kind of knew that, but I may have forgot the Yuffie DLC is after the main story of Remake, or it's like in between, I guess. Part 1 and 2. Clammy True Colors, you're saying Final Fantasy VII has more epic boss battles and music than Horizon Forbidden West. Yeah, dude, I'm people are hyping up the boss battles, and so far I feel like I've only encountered like 1 or 2 major bosses, maybe 3. So, looking forward to that. William, you're saying the only benefit of switching to another sword is to use the ability until you get the ability, then you can apply that special ability to the Buster Sword. Okay, I didn't know that either. I didn't know you could do that. Enemy Sis 850 or SIS. I don't know if I'm said your name correctly. Sorry if I butchered it. You're saying you remind me a lot of myself, probably around the same age. Your love of Metal Gear Solid. I also got into Final Fantasy VII very recently, 2021. PS, are you into trophy hunting? I've heard you mention it. I am into trophy hunting. I'm not like an extremist with it. Like, I don't feel the need where every game I play, I have to get, the platinum. The way I try to enjoy games these days is when I get a new game, I try not to think about trophies because I become a little bit neurotic about it. I slowly adopt the completionist mentality, or that's what I want to do. I wouldn't actually say it's so slow. It's actually pretty quick. And it can be detrimental. And I'm actively pushing against that by what I do is when I get a new game, I'm just worried about playing the game and I don't care about trophies at all. Like, I've even been tempted, I haven't done it yet, but I've been tempted to turn off notifications when I play my first playthrough of a game. So I don't even, no notifications of trophies. I'm just playing the game and enjoying the game. Because frankly, I wish trophies never existed. I really do. I wish Sony would give me the ability to disable trophies on a system level where they just don't exist. Because I don't play games the same way when I begin to trophy hunt. And it bothers me because it sometimes feels like it takes away. And I hate that because I want to just play games and I know for some people it's like, well, then just play them, man. Don't worry about the trophies. But you have to understand my mind doesn't always work like that. So what I do is I try to get the best of both worlds here. I try to just play a game, enjoy it, and pretend that trophies don't exist. And then when I'm done that game, I will look at the trophy list and see what I've completed, how much I've completed, how much I've enjoyed the game. And then I look at what's left and I decide, is this a platinum I'm going to go for? And there are just some games that I feel like I'm more likely to platinum. For example, God of War Ragnarok. At this point in time, I didn't platinum God of War, but I want to say the chances of me not platinuming Ragnarok are very low. Like, it's just, that's a game I feel like I'm going to want to play that so much. I'm going to want to platinum it. And I do kind of feel like I want to try to platinum Final Fantasy VII Remake. But that's kind of how I approach it right now. Sewell, you're saying the Buster Sword is really important to the story. Okay, I didn't know that either. I didn't change my sword yet, so I don't know if the Buster Sword is what's always featured in the cutscenes. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, so Final Fantasy PlayStation exclusive for the whole of this generation? It's looking that way, dude. It's looking like Sony locked down the Final Fantasy VII Remake 1, 2, and 3 as full exclusives. It really does. So there is a hard difficulty trophy, MBG. I figured. Anthony Perez, you're saying people saying not to use other weapons are being sentimental. Embrace the other weapons. They unlock new abilities and have higher max stats. All right, I'll probably just kind of go back and forth and experiment. That's probably what I need to allow myself to do, is experiment a little bit. Brett Moore, you're saying each character gets 4 to 5 weapons. Oh, I did change Tifa's weapon. I gave her I don't even remember the name, but I gave her new gloves, like the metal gloves or whatever. I forget the name of it. Embrace the other weapons. You're saying Brett Moore, you're saying each character gets 4 to 5 weapons. They have skills attached to each weapon, so use them to learn the skills. Not using them, you're missing out. Okay. And William, you're saying Yuffie DLC is during Final Fantasy VII, but its ending adds more. All right, yeah, it sounds like I got a lot ahead of me with this game, man. I mean, I'm 12 hours in, and that's the feeling I get. Even though I'm 12 hours in, I still feel like there's a lot to dive into here. All right, so those are my thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Remake. You guys should have a pretty good idea of how I'm feeling about it now. And obviously, I don't know if I'm going to talk about it this extensively on a weekly basis. It really depends. I'm obviously going to play the game a lot between now and next Sunday. So I'm probably going to be talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake at certain points throughout the podcast each week until I complete the game. And I feel like this will be kind of my way of reviewing games to a degree. Maybe I'll even make a separate video on it. We'll see. I've thought about that. I've done that in the past. Those videos have done very well. I mean, I remember when I first played The Last of Us, I just turned on my mic and talked about it for 12 minutes. And I was basically like, I can't believe what I just played. People responded very well to that. So maybe I'll do something like that again. You're saying you can't wait for me to beat it and become obsessed with the Final Fantasy world. MBG Redemption arc incoming for all those years of ignoring JRPG greatness. Yeah, dude. So yeah, I'll continue to talk about it as I continue to play through it. I do want to end this episode with 2 other topics. Like I said, I want to talk because, man, I'm getting very hungry. I'm getting very hungry. Actually, give me 1 second while I figure out what I'm doing food-wise. Sorry, I don't mean to do this in the middle. I'm like ridiculous. Like it just like hit me now, like how hungry I am. I've been working out a lot lately. What's for dinner tonight? My wife, see, this is probably why I'm so hungry. My wife's going to cook me a nice steak and potatoes, mashed potatoes for dinner. Very, very excited for that. And that's probably why I'm trying to inquire. Like I'm trying to figure out like, oh yeah, and you're saying don't forget to mention something about my source as well. Yeah, I got to talk about that. Tell them to watch anime. The only anime I've ever watched, and I feel like some would say maybe it's the only anime I ever need to watch, is Cowboy Bebop. And I saw the movie. That was the only anime. Actually, I lied. I also watched, this was years ago, man. I think this was when it was on like Toonami or something, if I'm remembering. I was really young. I watched random animes that were there. I watched Trigun. Is that the is that the name of the anime? I don't know. Trigun, and I watched like Big O or something. I don't know. I wasn't like super into them. I was really into Cowboy Bebop though. And I didn't watch the Cowboy Bebop show. Or yeah, the show that they made, and I'm glad I didn't, because I just kind of was like, I don't know, man. I have really good memories with this show, and I feel like if I try to watch this, it's gonna ruin it. And the fact that it got canceled, I'm like, dodged a bullet there. Glad I didn't watch that. So, watch Ghost in the Shell and Akira. That pains me, MVG. All right. So, final 2 topics I want to talk about. First, I want to talk about Sony and more announcements this month, potentially. All right. So, the reason why I just wanted to mention my source is because I think, a lot of people were saying, dude, you're lying. I'm not lying about anything, first of all. Like, I did talk to somebody that I to me, I had reason to believe that they knew what they were talking about. And I don't think they were like wrong entirely. Like, I'm not mad. I'm not like, oh, my source is untrustworthy. Not like anything like that. We got the state of play in June, and that was June 2nd. And I put a lot of emphasis on like the way I was interpreting, and I kind of tried to make it clear with my source, like, is it a showcase? And they seem to be like very much like, yeah, it's a show, it's an event, it's a showcase. They did give me other details, like they were kind of like they mentioned Final Fantasy 16, and I interpreted what they said as it's going to be a showcase. And then so we got the June 2nd state of play. Now here's what I want to say, because I'm starting to think, is Sony doing a showcase this month? I'm only saying this because, man, they are teasing the hell out of God of War. We heard from Tom Henderson, and first we heard from Jason Schreier that God of War's release date is set for November internally. So that means we're going to have to see it very soon, if that's true, and if that's what they're actually looking to go for. And Tom Henderson said that, that he made it sound like he has heard Sony has some announcements to make at the end of this month. Now, at first I was like, well, then it's obviously going to be a God of War state of play, right? Like, that makes the most sense. Saying IBGD believe PlayStation had built enough hype with that state of play. I mean, I want to say, I don't think they're feeling any pressure right now. And I think that's a really important factor to consider, because I always talk about PlayStation and their announcements like, it's going to happen. I want it to happen. But in reality, I think Sony's very much like, well, yeah, there probably isn't any rush. And I feel like, yeah, Sony's going to do a God of War state of play at the end of this month. All signs point to that. But the one thing that suddenly made me think, maybe not. Maybe. Like, very much 50-50. The fact that we are hearing about a PlayStation 5 Pro controller and other hardware announcements that Sony apparently is getting ready to make very soon. Now, the other hardware, I mean, PSVR 2, I feel like, is the most obvious, where it's like Sony has not really been talking about it that much, and you would think that they kind of have to start talking about it soon, but it could be other things as well, like a headset. But here's what I'm trying to figure out in my head. If Sony wants to do a state of play for God of War, we're hearing that it's going to happen maybe at the end of this month, and Cory Barlog is teasing it. I mean, it feels like it's right there, man. Like, it's right there. Everybody's teasing it, okay? I don't know if you noticed this as well, but there was a PlayStation developer, I forget his name. He worked with Sony's visual arts group, and I think he recently said he's leaving, and he finished his work on The Last of Us Part 1. But he put out a tweet that kind of blew up, where he basically referenced the reveal of God of War. I don't know if you guys remember, like, God of War. I'm sure everybody remembers the reveal. I think it was in 2016 of God of War 2018, where they had the orchestra. And I noticed that, like, a bunch of PlayStation employees were commenting on this and all this. And I'm like, maybe I'm reading into this too much. Don't get me wrong. That's an awesome reveal, and it's really cool to reminisce on that. And obviously, yeah, it's one of the coolest reveals ever. Are they, like, subtly trying to hint that, yeah, the re-reveal of God of War is coming very soon? Like, it's coming, I could be wrong, but I'm just getting this feeling that that's what's going to happen. But the thing that's throwing me for a loop here is, but we're hearing about a PS5 Pro controller. My question is this. If Sony's planning on revealing these two things, like, are they going to do them separately? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, does this stuff sound like the stuff of a showcase? Right? Like, I mean, Hogwarts Legacy is supposed to come out at the end of this year, and we got a state of play for that, but they went pretty quiet That's presumably a game that would be at a Sony showcase. We've heard rumors of a Sly Cooper, an Infamous game. There's just so much we still don't know. There's an Astrobot game in development, right? I don't know. I just, could we see Sony doing a state of play for God of War and then doing a separate announcement for PS5 Pro controller? They have all of PSVR 2. I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say here is after getting that state of play on June 2nd, was like, okay, I was wrong. And maybe my source, to an extent, was kind of wrong a little bit, where, they said that they're doing what seems to be a big show. And it just turned out to maybe be a state of play. And maybe that's where my source was, maybe the wires got crossed as that stuff happens. Obviously, we're like, it's not like, as far as I know, I'm not talking to like an internal Sony employee or anything like that. And even then, I think people who work at Sony, they are probably in the dark as well to a degree. I guess I'm just trying to wonder, or I'm trying to ask, like, is it possible we could get a showcase from Sony at the end of this month? Like, does that sound like does that sound plausible to you guys? Now, I'm of the mindset that it's going to happen in September, but there's movement. There's movement. And so I did talk to my source once again, and I was kind of asking them, like, what do you think? Like, do you think, because, I came out and I said that I took what you said and I said that there's going to be a showcase. It turned out to be a state of play. What do you think's going on? And what my source told me, and again, like, take it for what it is. They said that right now there's two things. I know I don't have to say source. I can just say who I talked to. They said that right now Sony seems to not be in a rush, which, I mean, I guess anybody could really put that together, right? Like, it doesn't seem like they're in a rush. Why would they be? But they also said there's movement right now. Like, they're putting something together. They didn't say what it is, but they're putting something together. And so I'm just thinking, like, okay, well, I guess at this point I'm just left to wonder, like, are they putting together a state of play for God of War, or could it be something bigger than that? I just can't help but wonder. Because if you think about it, Sony doing a showcase in June, at the end of June, wouldn't be the most shocking thing, considering Xbox did their thing now, guys. Xbox had their hour-and-a-half show, and as everybody said, Sony goes after Xbox. But again, if they're not in a rush, saying MBG, I have no idea what Sony's doing, but they have over 20 first-party bangers unannounced. Yeah, that's true. So I'm just, I'm fascinated. I'm interested. I'm like, okay, we got movement on the God of War Ragnarok front. We're hearing about a PS5 Pro controller. Let's see what's going to happen. And who knows? Maybe Sony isn't even maybe they're in the process right now. Maybe they're trying to think, like, should we just do the God of War state of play? I don't know how far in advance these things are planned out. So I don't know. I wanted to talk about that. I also want to talk about the idea of a Pro DualSense controller. What do you guys think of this? For me, this sounds awesome because the DualSense is the best controller I've ever used so far. The idea that they can, they can take that and make it even better, customizable. Oh, hell yeah. I see people keep coming into the stream and wishing me a happy Father's Day. So I just want to acknowledge, like, thank you guys. I do see the messages and I do see what you're saying. I appreciate that. Happy Father's Day to, as I said, all the fathers out there as well. Right back at you if you are a father. But, sorry, my ears getting full here. I don't know why. My allergies have been killing me. My ears feeling full. It's annoying as hell. I will say a DualSense Pro, one of the biggest improvements that I've seen a lot of people asking for, and I also hope for as well, is I would like to see better battery life.
I think it's going to be necessary. It'll be a premium price though. Like I could see a DualSense Pro controller minimum being like $160, which is pricey, but man, I'm going to have to get me one of those. Absolutely. I love the DualSense. So I always thought that the Xbox Elite controller was awesome too. And I always thought like, man, Sony's really dropping the ball by not bringing out one of their own. DualSense Pro, $200. I could see that. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't have that much to say in this regard. I'm just wondering what else, as usual, Sony has up their sleeve, because it just seems like Sony really does things in a way where they really are, I think, very strategic about how they announce things. I mean, they could have saved The Last of Us Part 1 announcement. They could have saved I don't want to say the state of play. I felt the state of play was necessary and that was good timing on their part. But they could have saved, potentially, if they really wanted to, they probably could have convinced Square Enix, like, we want to save this for a showcase, but they're like, go ahead, put it out there. I guess what the final thing I'll say on this matter, it's what I've been saying for a while, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I feel like now more than ever, it just kind of rings true. Like, even though we know a good portion of what Sony is doing, like we have God of War Ragnarok, Forspoken, The Last of Us Part 1, I feel like the remainder of 2022, we kind of have a much better idea of what it looks like, potentially. And even 2023, we're looking at games like Spider-Man 2. By the way, can you guys let me know, is Knights of the Old Republic remake, has that been confirmed to be targeting 2023, or did I just kind of make that up in my head? Because I saw some people saying like, no, dude, that's going to be like a 2024 game, or they didn't give a release year at all. I feel like they did say 2023, but maybe I'm wrong about that. That's where I need to kind of maybe like look into that, because I'm under the impression they're targeting 2023, but a lot of people saying it's 2024, 25. Yeah, they did kind of make it sound like it's very early, like they just started it, so I could see that. My God. I mean, we talk about how great 2023 is going to be, but what the hell is 2024 going to look like? So we know all these things about Sony. Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, but the fact remains 85% of PlayStation Studios games are unannounced. 85% of PlayStation Studios have yet to announce their new game. Maybe that's reduced at this point, because I think Naughty Dog, as we said, they just announced their new game, but we just don't have any details about it. So I don't know, man. I'm looking forward to whatever else Sony may have up their sleeve, because we know they have PSVR 2. We know they have God of War. We know that there are a lot of projects that we have just no idea at all. Oh, and you know what? That's one other thing I want to talk about too, and this will probably be my final topic, because I'm rapidly going downhill at this point. Every time I hit like the 3 hour and 45 minute mark, sometimes the 3 hour and 3.5 hour mark. I want to talk briefly about the new information that Naughty Dog gave us about the Last of Us online game. And it's been really interesting to see the response from people online about this, because there are quite a few people who seem to be like, now they're catching on to what Naughty Dog is doing with this game. And I've been trying to tell people, just because I've been following it. I've been following the job listings. I've been really interested. I know it was a little bit disappointing that the only thing we got was a single piece of concept art, but that single piece of concept art should give you
a general idea based off of combined with what they're saying of what to expect with this game. And I'm thinking Factions might not be it might not come out until 2024, because they're saying we're going to be getting our first information on it, like our first reveal. Like Neil Druckmann pretty much confirmed they're not revealing it until next year. That's crazy. This game's going to be huge. So at this point, it's interesting to see people kind of realize, like, guys, let's not call it Factions anymore, because that's not what it is. This is not Last of Us 2 multiplayer. No. This is a full AAA game, guys. And a couple of things that they said about it that really kind of catch my attention. And I think they said, and I'm not kidding, like, I'm paraphrasing, but this is what they said. They said that this Last of Us multiplayer game is going to be just as big as any of their single player games, but in some ways even bigger. Let that sink in. Just let that sink in for a moment. Like, people talk about how amazing Naughty Dog is and what they can do with their games. I think it's insane that they're out here basically saying that, yeah, some of the things we might do with this game are going to be bigger than anything we've done in single player games. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Apparently, it's going to be set in San Francisco. I'm telling you, this is going to be like an MMO light Last of Us game. I'm telling you, you're going to create your character. You're going to have a hub world. You're going to be able to go out and explore. I think it's going to be I don't like assuming too much, because I'm going to set myself up for disappointment, but they said by the way, yeah, and this is very important. This is very, 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 very important. They did confirm there's going to be a story. There's going to be a narrative and new characters with this multiplayer game. So I think this is very much going to be one of those situations where you create a character. It's going to be like Destiny-esque. It is. It's going to be The Last of Us Destiny. That's what we're looking at here. You're going to create a character. You're going to, you're going to meet characters. You're going to do missions for those characters. It's going to be like GTA Online. It's going to be Destiny. These successful live service games, The Division. Just imagine all that, where you're meeting these characters, you're going on these stories, you're doing co-op missions, there is PvP, you're getting gear, right? In the world of The Last of Us. I'm so excited for it, man. I think the only thing that pains me at this point, Final Fantasy 14 online, The thing that pains me at this point is just the fact that they confirmed we're not really going to be hearing much about it this year. You're saying that's not good. Destiny was bad at first. Okay, well, whenever Destiny got good, imagine that's the Last of Us multiplayer game. All right. I think that's pretty much it. Let me double check, make sure I didn't miss any important topics. No, I hit all the topics today, guys. I got everything in. I actually got some extra stuff in too. Yeah, and you're right. I do want to say that too, real quick, just in regards to The Last of Us multiplayer. Bungie is going to be helping them out now. So that will probably be very, very useful to them. And I see somebody asking, do I think it will be free or a $70 title? That's really tough, dude. That's really, really tough. I mean, I want to say, look, when you think about what Sony in general is trying to achieve with their live service games, I think it's going to be free to play. I mean, even just look at Bungie. Destiny 2 went free to play, did it not? So if you think about that, I think the writing's on the wall, where it's like the money that Sony wants to make from their live service games is microtransaction money. And with that in mind, I just don't see them charging full price. I don't see them charging anything at all. I think it's going to be free to play. Yeah, they're going to have a what do they call it? They don't call it a season pass now. Well, maybe they'll have to call it a season pass or a battle pass. I think it will have a battle royale mode as well, potentially. And I'm under the impression that every live service game Sony does will be free to play. I could be very wrong about that, but that's the future, man. Like, whether I don't know if you can hear my stomach growling, I'm starving, but that's the future, man. Sony looks at games. I mean, GTA Online isn't necessarily free to play, but it's damn near close to it at this point, and it's getting there. But most of the successful live service titles make their money off of microtransactions. And I know, like, that's the thing is, I actually don't have any problem with microtransactions in free-to-play games as long as they're handled correctly. And I know, like, that's the thing is, like, I could see myself buying microtransactions in a Last of Us online game, depending on what they have. But I could also see myself playing a Last of Us online game and not feeling the need to spend any money on microtransactions. So we'll see. Holy crap. Very, very generous last minute donation here from Dexter. Did not expect that. Thank you so much, buddy. You're saying, Happy Father's Day, MAG. Keep up the great work. Well, I really appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Now with this super chat, I'll be able to buy all the microtransactions that I desire in Sony's upcoming live service games. I couldn't do it without you guys. You're fueling Sony's live service. I'm kidding, of course. But very generous of you, man. And, I think this is a good spot to end it where I can do my outro and give everybody a huge, huge thank you. You guys definitely helped contribute to make my Father's Day here just that much better. And so for all of you who tuned in, I mean, I don't know how many people out here listen to the entire podcast, but man, you guys are awesome if you do. Even if you just tune in for a little bit, thank you. Those of you who watch after when it's not live anymore, sincerely appreciate it. And a huge, huge shout out to everybody who donated a super chat. Dexter, again, thank you for that last minute, very generous super chat. You guys are awesome. Jason, you say you just joined. Unfortunately, man, it's time for me to end the podcast. But yeah, shout out to everybody who donates a super chat. I could literally not produce the content and provide this content for you without that type of support. And I try to make it worthwhile. You guys know I'm like doing these solo 3.5, 4.5 hour podcasts. So I hope you appreciate it. And I enjoy it. It comes from passion, man. I enjoy talking about this stuff. Really quick before I go, I'm going to give a shout out to my members. So if you want to become a member and help support me on a monthly basis that way, feel free to do so. We have the Play Has No Limits Plus. Shout out to Junior Jackson, Josh Z, Agile Ice 24, Skin Tight Salmon, RU46 N2 Ray, Whiskey Gaming, Pragmaticat, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, and Nakamichi. Then we have Play Has No Limits. Shout out to Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Michael McCann, Karen, Black Waifus, Kevin Kahan. I'm probably pronouncing some of these names wrong, so I apologize if I'm butchering your name. John Renzi, Zanarkand Blitzer, JDTV, Sarah Speaks a Lot, Shorty Faye, Big Norman 0518, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, Black Manta 1989, and Brandon Chad Perez. Thank you guys so much for your support on a monthly basis. And final shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps. Granted, we have to wait a little bit for those timestamps because they're done very well and they're done extensively. So if you see Devil Shooter in the comments, make sure you give him a big thank you. So shout out to you, Devil Shooter. Appreciate you doing that on a weekly basis for me and the community. Really, really is greatly appreciated. But there we go. That's it. That's episode. Wait a second. Hold on now. I think I just realized, what podcast episode is this? Holy crap. I feel like I got this wrong, guys. I gotta check. Wow. Okay. I had it wrong this whole time. This was actually podcast episode 113. I got it correct on my tweet, but I got it wrong on my title. Oops. Well, that's what happens when you go, you're doing other streams and you miss the podcast. So there we go. That does it for episode 113. Funny that it took me this long to realize that. I'll be back next week with another episode. And in between that time, I will be putting out regular content for you guys. So I hope you enjoy it. But that does it. I'm going to go get some dinner and I will catch you all in the next one. Take care, guys.